at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, yeah, he needs more. And
they're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
https://twitter.com/Septilence. Don't put that in, I'll get in trouble. So that's worth it. Did I get too close to the camera on that one? A little bit too close. Should I back up a little bit? Okay, sorry about that. My bad. I've been awake for probably close to 32 hours. Like, I have to hold my keyboard like the normal way, because if I do it, I feel like I have arthritis and I hold my keyboard like that. It blows my mind. I can never do that. Like, this guy right here, he's got his keyboard like off at an angle. His isn't that extreme. There's a kid all the way down on the far end who has his keyboard all the way at like a horizontal.
That's really cool.
They're gonna be at that table right over there.
Public information?
Oh, I don't know. But this isn't live, so it doesn't matter.
It's not live, but like you and I know.
Yeah, we know.
I'm not gonna tweet it.
Awesome. What game do you play?
Smash Bros.
Who do you play? Is it embarrassing? Is it like Villager?
Yeah.
Is it Villager? Am I spot on? Oh my god. Is it the Ice Climbers?
No.
Is it Game & Watch?
No.
Is it Pichu?
No.
Is it Wario?
No.
I can keep going. I think I can name every character in the game. Is it, did I say the Ice Climbers already?
Yeah, you said them.
Is it them? No. Is it them a second time?
No.
Okay, alright. Oh, is it one of the Links?
Yes, it is.
Is it Toon Link?
It is.
Oh, that is pretty embarrassing. That is rough. Who do you play?
I'll give you $20 if you guess correctly right now.
First try?
First try.
Give me a single hint.
It's an obscure character.
Obscure character.
Not played very often.
Is it Wii Fit Trainer?
Oh my god! Oh my.
I'm the interviewer for a reason, baby. I do what I do. I don't need the money. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. So Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and I forgot already. Are you all lying to me? Am I being gaslit? No. Bowser Jr., Wii Fit, and you told me already. Oh, Toon Link. Yep. Where's my main support at? Who are we playing this weekend?
A lot of Brig.
A lot of Brig, really?
Brig Lucio, probably.
Brig Lucio, really? I shouldn't say that too loud. I don't want to give all your strategies. It's over-under?
What do you mean over-under?
Like, do we think we're going to podium? Do we think we're going to come in last place?
Not last place.
Not last place.
Certainly not last.
What about like 5th place?
That's doable.
That's doable? That's winnable? 3rd place?
Third
that's where things get dicey?
That's very doable.
Okay.
First place? That's very doable.
First place, very doable. Love it. That's the mindset. That's what he loves to hear. Yeah. Oh my god. Hold on. Cut the cameras. Well, who are you? Hello. Oh my god. I saw you earlier. I saw the back of your shirt. And I was like, I know that name. I know him. It's a quick play game. They Q-sniped each other at land. I thought it was a scrim. It's just unlucky. Are you actually a Villager player?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Villager being notably worse in Smash Ultimate than they were in Smash 4?
I wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know? You never played Smash 4?
No.
Oh, that's all right. Nobody's gonna hold that against you. Now, who do you play?
I play Robin.
Okay, wow. Did you know Robin has the lowest pick rate in the game?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Come on, the LEDs, it looks just like Samus.
Huh?
Do you disagree?
I guess I can see.
The Samus vibe. Show the controller to the camera. We're interviewing. This is recording, by the way. Surprise.
Not my controller.
Who do you play?
I play Peach.
Oh, wow, I like that. Who do you play?
I play the Shotos, mostly Kazi.
No, you lose against Kirby. That's just like a statistics thing.
Yeah.
It's maybe.
This is a death match. I think they're all in the same one. They're all on Icebox. Are they all in the same death match? Maybe. Who knows? I feel like none of them can hear me. I want to like approach somebody, but no one can hear. They all have both their headphones on.
What's up?
How do we think we're doing?
I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What's your KD?
We're looking at 10 and 6 right now.
Oh, hey, that's 3rd, dude. That's better than I expected. Who's bottom frag right now? I want to go talk to them. Ian? Hey, how do we think we're doing so far?
You know, it could be better.
Could be better? You one of those rough days?
Well, you know.
Let's go find more people to harass. Yeah. Where's Boise State? Who's your favorite to play?
Oh, right now it's got to be either Chamber or Breach.
What country is Cypher from?
Oh, dude. It's Moroccan, right?
It is Morocco. Oh my god, I don't think anyone is gonna get that. Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, see you later. Let's go harass Boise State more. Who is this? What school is this? Boise?
This is Boise.
Oh man, that's okay. Boise's still got really good odds. A Large Bagel, one of their tank players, Nerdy Bird, they're off tank. Both of them not here. A little bit scary, if we're being honest. Getting warmed up, getting ready to cast some players. No, okay, not cast, interview. Change your mindset, change your mindset.
Words.
No, but last words until we come back.
Oh, okay.
Because we're leaving.
Enjoy.
Oh, that was good, that was good. Anything from you?
What are you doing, Polly?
Awesome, thank you so much for your time.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilance, and I'm super excited to walk through these with you so you can see all of the great moments we are getting out of collegiate esports. One of my favorite things about these seasons is as they go on, as the years continue to pass, the skill ceiling just gets higher and higher, and the teams get better and better. Starting things off in Week 1 and 2, these teams came out the gate swinging. Let's take a look at what they were ready to bring out in these early weeks. Valorant is a game all about risk versus reward, and Sin from NYIT wanted to show us just how much he was willing to risk to get that great reward of a round win.
Sort of forced to pop off, maybe get a little bit more sniper play, but these direct tight angles make it tough. You have Axorus that actually gets a wall bang headshot onto Prime. Oh, that timing on the paranoia works so well.
Yo, give it up for the util, bro. Sin's gonna pick up 3 into the site. It's a lurk on its way from the chamber, but unless you're going to spam through this box, you're not getting anything done, and Panda won't even let him get that far.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is a game that can be decided in milliseconds, and Waka, one of the best players from SUNY Canton A Squad, wanted to show us just what they can do with only a second and a single stock on the board.
Cena, Sledge option going to be charging forward smash, going a little early. They're not quite getting what you want. Drop shield after first hit, and Pin getting hit by the kick. High percent. There is the stun into Claw. That Claw could have been charged for a lot longer. Oh my goodness, that's a forwarder into stage with the stage spike and then upping immediately after. What a sick.
1 point in Rocket League can never make a team feel comfortable, but Driftsy wanted to show us that not only was he going to pick the pace up, but he wasn't going to let his team down.
Defensive test with flying colors, though they couldn't get out, and that is the important part at the moment. Clears a must for UA, and it's just not in the cards at the moment.
Dripsy connects off the backboard. What a shot. I watched it unfold slowly. You stopped speaking at just the right moment.
Valorant is often called a team-based shooter, but sometimes it can't just be about the team. Sometimes you gotta have those hero plays. Spec wanted to spray and pray and was actually able to save the day for SVSU, tying up the series 7-7.
Hard B push here, 2 Omen smokes coming out.
1, oh, Spec just finds 3.
What?
Spraying through the smoke? Oh, what, Spec? That's not legal, man. That's not legal. This is match day 2 of the ECAC League. You can't be doing that right now. Spec just goes with the call.
Here in this clip, Fanshawe finds themselves with their backs against the wall, 20 seconds left on the clock, and they're desperate to take down Wake Forest. They don't have anything to get through this team, they don't have any weapons on the field, but with Jackie Moon in the wings, at least they had a sniper.
Apparently. Guys gonna believe all the shots. Oh, a sniper! Jackie Moon from about midway through. What a shot right here from Jackie.
Wow, good eye sniper. Yes, sir. Jackie Moon puts us on the right side. A little bit more to the left. This one would have been...
Here in this clip, we're going to get a great moment from a Pac-Man, and as a Pac-Man player, I was super excited to see it. We're going to hear a lot of praise from our commentators giving Mosey those compliments of choosing Snake against Pac-Man, a great counter pick. They were super excited to see a Snake on the field, but even without their blessing, Trollery does not yield.
Approach, but like you said, he's trying to play this safe because losing his stock right now for Concord would be really bad, and, well, a little bit of commentator's curse there. We kind of willed that one into existence. Oh, man. Oh my goodness! What?
Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Septilance, how could that be all we got from weeks number 1 and 2? Please tell me there's more. If you like what you saw, you've got to go check out ECAC Esports on all social media platforms. Please see what they're bringing to the table. It is great collegiate esports week after week. And on the bright side, folks, this is just the beginning. We've got the whole rest of what is guaranteed to be a great season ahead of us. Thank you so much for joining me for this recap, and I'll see you on the next one.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna
jumped into it. Corner judges go for 1, 2, dip. He needs more.
They're doing even more here. You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in. Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Esports U Live. I'm your host, Paulie Hype. Woo! Let's go! And we are here for another night of the best stream of college esports. And tonight is a double treat, as we also get the LCQ, the last chance qualifier for the CECC, which I'm so excited for. Coming up, CECC Texas in Arlington. That's May 5th to 7th weekend, the largest college esports tournament on the planet. Woo! Cannot wait for that. But tonight, we have last chance qualifiers, which for some of these teams is going to be the very last way that they can qualify into the CECC. So tonight, we have two special matchups. We have the Valorant Bracket Semis East, which is going to be the Dark Knights, which I am so happy to see this team competing. They are actually at UCF, not going under UCF, but they are there, and they are representing themselves as the Dark Knights. I cannot wait, and they're going to be going against one tough opponent in the Fisher College Tea Party. So this is going to be interesting here, and that will be casted by none other than Catnator and Ash, two of our very best Valorant casters. And then we have another little goodie here in Rocket League. That'll be the bracket finals and grand finals on stream, as we're down to the final 4 teams for the Rocket League LCQ. We'll be watching West Virginia take on Ball State University. Woo-woo! Love it. WVU and BSU. That's going to be a good matchup. And then off stream, we'll have Indian River State versus UT Dallas. And then, of course, the grand finals will be up after that. So, without further ado, we got to have the 10 seconds of hype, because I cannot hold up the college esports any longer. Woo! 10 seconds, LCQ, CECC. We got Catnator, we got Ash. College esports on Esports U. This night is going to be an amazing. Catnator and Ash, please do us all honors and take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CECC LCQ for Valorant. Thank you very much, Paul, for bringing us into day number 2. I'm Catnator, that's Ash. Let's get the thing started.
Hey, I'm looking forward to this, right? We had a long day yesterday with the matches coming up onto stream, but today we're only going to be featuring actually the east side here for the CECC LCQ. As a reminder, we are brought to you guys by the Zip Chair and Dream Seats, and as the official gaming chair for the CECC, head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. But we got to talk about these matches. Kat, you were there yesterday. What happened?
What didn't happen is a shorter answer, really. 5 best of ones all the way through, and you could feel how tense all of those games really were. And we talk about best of ones, how many upsets there can be, and the Western side gave us a couple treats. Some favorites going to be missing from the bracket. Oklahoma Christian, one of those teams, couldn't quite make that final bout to push into today. I think a couple teams really struggle with the idea of, man, if we don't win here in this last round, we're not making it forward. We're not into the quarterfinals. And you definitely saw it get into the mental just a little bit. I mean, even our last game on stream, UH Premier 6 attempts to close out. They finally do, but it took overtime number 3 to finally punch their ticket. But I'll sum it up to say, Ash, we started yesterday with 55 teams in the bracket. We're now down to just 8.
We're now down to just 8, and only 1 makes it to the actual CECC land in Arlington, right, over into May. But when it comes down to it, we're going to be featuring the semifinals of each bracket side here on stream. Then finals will be completed off stream. Then we'll be back for the grand finals between East and West Coast up into tomorrow. But what's scary, Kat, I think, is the fact that this is a single elimination bracket, right? So in this last chance qualifier, there is no lower bracket run, and everything's on the line at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about how important that bid is getting to Arlington. When we come into this next series, the Dark Knights, a team that's looked very good all of yesterday. The likes of Pajko dropped what was 18 frags in the first 8 rounds. When we got to watch that team on stream, a player who gets the job done on the duelist. They're up against the Fisher College side right now. This isn't the main roster, the Fisher College that you might all know and love. It's the second best option. But the reason Fisher College don't have to play as LCQ, the main roster is already in the event. They got the Eastern region bid.
Oh, so this is an opportunity for Fisher to take another team into the LAN and have that experience going in. But I mean, we also got to talk about Mizzou versus Akron on the other side of this here for semis that will be featured into off stream. Two pretty strong teams that are going to be scary to look at going into the finals of this bracket side.
Yeah, Mizzou, I think one of the strongest sources, at least for us in the back end of things on production. Obviously, for our TOs, they seeded them first for a reason, right? And when it comes to Collegiate Power Ranking, a team that we know shows in and shows out, had a lot of success on the tier 2 end of things as well before they left PX Fluctuate. So a team that I'm expecting to really show up into this one. But we'll see what maps we show out on. The best of 3 laid out now.
Ooh, okay. When it comes down to the map pool, we've got Ascent, Haven, and Fracture. Two pretty common maps that you see coming into Collegiate, but Fracture, that's an underdog map there. A bit of a toss-up when it comes down to it, because I feel like this is a permaban for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and I will say on the other end of things, Fisher, a team that has played Fracture throughout this bracket and have been successful. They've played it in CVAL. They've played it just yesterday. Were able to walk away with wins. And then on the same side of things, Dark Knights able to find wins on Ascent. In fact, almost always trying to get that as that final pick in their best of ones. So a team that's played Ascent 113-5, 113-2, going to look very good. And it makes for an interesting case, right? Because we talk about, well, we see Ascent, we see Haven all the time. These are maps that we know. These are maps that everybody should be able to play. But it almost comes to say, like, okay, we know we can play Ascent, but these guys for the Dark Knights, they can play Ascent. Like, yeah, you might be able to feel your way around it. This team knows the ins and the outs. And Pajko, like I said, 18 frags in the first 8 rounds. So that's the player to look out for here in this one.
Okay, well, we're going to keep our eyes on Pajko going into this matchup, but already getting some locks in here with the agents, right? Cat on the side of Fisher. Everybody is decided. Could be a mirror matchup going into this round, and that's exactly the way the cookie's going to crumble.
Yeah, and I like to see the same composition come through for a team that's had success on it. Why change what works, right? And another great point to bring up is KBS 26 assist coming out of that second round Ascent game. 26 in the first 3 rounds, having 15 of those assists. All 5 frags in those first 3 rounds were assisted by this KO. So a player that knows the ins and outs, now sitting behind what is that solid duelist. But when we look at the Fisher College side of things, we've got what might be an interesting Jet v Jet duel here between Pajko and Menace.
We'll have to see who's able to get those openings, get those first bloods, and get out scotch-free, because that's all what it's about when you're that Jet player, right? Is being able to make space for your team on those executions or into the retake, or just going for that early contact in general, trying to find that first pick, that first piece of information, getting that tailwind out and down and getting out of dodge. But when it comes down to it, that's why the KO is also a really great counter for both sides, is just eliminating that ability to get out of jail for free.
Absolutely, and get started into this one. A lobby early contention, and Menace, well, he'll win the fight straight off the bat. Going to put Pajko in their tracks, a player that's been very predominant in the tier 2 space, originally on that Virtuoso roster before it finally dissolved after the Challengers bouts came in and out. So a player that knows their way around the scene and found their way to Fisher College, a big pickup for them, even on their B roster. Just tells you how strong that main roster really ends up being.
Yeah, that's so scary. I really like this setup here into A main for Fisher as well. So much respect being given by Dark Knights to that one way to come through the first peak, but Menace is isolated here into Wine and really going to have to rely on Luzi to help him out. It's just not going to happen. Dark Knights come out with the advantage.
Solid double shock. Get him out to position to uproot and take the space. The Dark Knights, they want to play the rest of the way into the ace site. Thought about it and reconsidered. Going to utilize that one player advantage to grab themselves an ult orb, solidify a bit of an advantage, and they'll take their time into this one. No real need to rush. Recon lineup on its way. We'll go towards the back of sight to Scaffold. Information, SKM Lord to the back of Generator. Still good to swing for 2 for additional frags. Set down finally by Nightmare. So a 2-on-2 when all things are said and done. Scotty will pick up an additional. Plant's going to come down for the Dark Knights with a man advantage.
Things did get close though. 1 player advantage, but Recon in both shocks here for Reese. Scotty just got to peek off the turret, clean things up for Dark Knights. That's pistol rounds in pocket and a 3k investment into that lockdown as well. So we can look to Dark Knights having the KJ ultimate on early.
The They've walked in to their map pick, and they've walked into a pistol round converted. Nice stuff early, coming from what is the spin-off of the UCF roster. This team looking to go back towards A lobby. Had success deeper into the round. Took a bit of util to get it, but uprooted wine, and from there stomped their way to the site.
Bit of a different look this time. Dark Knights playing passive a little bit farther back, just looking to dodge that 0 point that KM Lord sending out here in towards A main, but looking to contact up slowly now. You got a bit of a lineup to come through from KBS2 just to check into that wine location, especially after the conditioning that's been done. You've already got an entry on site by Pashko.
That you do. KM Lord will be in this dark cover looking for anything they can find. Doors expended. Opportunity not quite going to be there if the Dark Knights to find it through smoke. Still poking and prodding at it. It's that door fully down now, so no look. Knife going to come through for Fisher. See how much they're able to find here. It is the Econ. Scotty from behind waited so long in spawn. Picks up one onto Menace. That'll shut down even more numbers to a team already playing at the disadvantage. Don another from Generator. Recon, lots of information. 3 players at the back of the site. Hard to capitalize though. It's just classic in your hand and they cannot do so. It's a flawless round for the Dark Knights.
Perfectly played by them. When it comes down to it, you want to keep all the weapons that you can going into this next round, into the full loadout here for Fisher College. But something to look out for if you're Fisher is going to be Scotty. 5 out of those 8 points. I talked about it earlier on. So many earned just in that first round with those 4 frags. That's going to lead to a really early lockdown. Dark Knights, if I were them, I would be looking towards that orb control to try to get that online to bolster this bonus round. And Fisher should be looking to deny.
That they are. Early suppression's going to come through. Still space though. Sneaking the Omen under the one-way for the Dark Knights. Be technically a 4-on-2 if they can get into the angles. And backing away is going to be Fisher College. So the ult orb has been picked up. Did what they could to contain. Wasn't quite enough.
They're slowing things down a little bit now. First blood here for Fisher, though. Takes out Pashko, who's been this really important entry point for Dark Knights, right? The one to make the space, you cloud burst and dash in. Clear out close, find that early information. But instead, now, looking to regroup here. Dark Knights on their bonus round, going to move towards B. But the scary thing is, Reese has that recon still up. It's been refreshed by this point, and you're also walking into those KJ setups.
Recon gets the info before the KJ util can even come to fruition. Team has to move away. Thanks to the shocks. Recon broken before it can get any real info. Reese looking to hold him back to the site. Menace will grab the first on the cross. Dark Knights held back right now. Going to use the flash drive to pop their way out. Don will pick up one, traded back quickly by KM. Menace to get involved as well, and it's a full shutdown from the Fisher College defense.
Really nicely played there by Fisher. It seems, I mean, to be fair, that was only the bonus round, so I am going to be looking towards Dark Knights and how they do adjust if they do get first blooded. But going forward, it seems like that contingency on the entry is really relying on Pashko, obviously.
Yeah.
Slow things down into that bonus round. Try to play for damage. Try to play for what you can get. But if Pashko gets picked off early in any of these future attacking rounds, I want to see how Dark Knights continues to answer to that.
You know, on the broadcast yesterday, we didn't really get to see much of the Dark Knights offensive. Won that game 13-2, and in the win, they started on the defensive end of things. So had immense success defensively, only had to win 2 or 3 rounds when it came to their side of things. So big question marks going into this game.
Really nice paranoia, though. That does leave questions over towards Fisher, who denied a bit of information, do have to back off, and there comes that lockdown that we've been waiting for. Finally online in round number 4, and Fisher, they have a lot of information, know that everyone on Dark Knights is coming in from A main with the clear out.
Pashko, good to find the first. Will win the jet duel this time around. Nightmare, a nice shot onto KM as he tries to drop to the ground. Be a shrouded step out of trouble to a bit of nano swarm, but will survive. Chip damage sustained though to the Omen for Fisher College. Rex Gator going to find one onto Scotty, trying to take the flank and take himself back into this one as Susie finds another big wall bang to come through. Even numbers now.
3v3 situation. Recon far away here from Reese. Not going to be able to come out for any of that additional information now. Advantage into the hands of Dark Knights, and time is ticking, Cat.
Time ticking, such low HP. From Shirkali's side, KVS has the call out on Rex Skater, and Nightmare will finish the last. The Dark Knights now by 2.
Okay. Entry looking really good so far, but it really does seem like Dark Knights just... The move is scaling up after that first blood. You know, they will play it slow, but the second the first blood is gone, Dark Knights just move really quickly right off the back of that from what it seems. So far, we're still really early into this attacking side, right? Just within that first quarter. And now we're seeing a shift over from Dark Knights. They're actually looking in towards B this time around. Again, you do have to worry about that KJ setup, though. That's a bit of a question mark for me here, knowing that Fisher would be on an eco.
Ashwood to find one, Don another. Been good thus far is the anti-eco. Second from the Omen, and a full cleanup from this team as they stomp their way onto the B side. Just KM Lord left, and he's gone just like that.
You know what? Never mind. Maybe you don't have to worry about the KJ setup when you're on an eco, when the enemy team is on an eco round. All good. But, I mean, it also could have been a good read. Maybe assuming Fisher could have moved Rex over towards A, but so far, everything's going to stay pretty much the same for Fisher's side. I really would like to see some sort of adjustment going out, though, there for Rex. Maybe having that call to move over towards the A side on the next buy here for Fisher, just to keep the Dark Knights guessing, because so far they seem to very heavily favor this A lean, but aren't afraid to shake things up when needed.
Shaking things up here will be Menace walking all the way under the one way.
What a position. He's like looking straight up.
Hey, go ahead, step on top of the wall, see what happens. Knife going to call out just one on the back end. Menace here, up close and personal, and blasted by the likes of Pajko. Yet again going to win that fight and step forward. KM, next player on the close contact. Sheriff in tow. Backs off the angle. Paranoia to stall for time. The Jet finally now going to find the frag. Just one left to the back of the side, and Tuzi finally to pick up a trade. One more to go with it. Keep grabbing the scraps. Do what you can from Jen. A third. One bullet in the gun. That one just a bit awry. Does bring it to even numbers, though. Still hope for an eco team, unless Scotty has something to say about it. 2 back the other direction.
Really like that aggressive push coming out from Scotty, just catching Fisher off guard, knowing that it was a little bit of a push in through tree, but now it's a 1v1. KJ's on deck here. Rex, full loadout available as far as utility goes, but what a shot to make things even. Information given. He knows where Scotty's playing.
Oh, he's stuck towards hell here. Skater, does he have the confidence to make this leap of faith? Drop down now. Scotty aware off the shot. Gonna nail it. 2 to get on to site. A third to close it out. Up by 4 now are the Dark Knights.
Yeah, but Fisher made that darn close for an eco round with mostly Sheriffs on deck. A big part in due to that shorty play that came out from Menace, just doing the damage needed on Pajko to shut him down before, I mean, knowing this player, probably pushing up in towards heaven, into tree, trying to find some more picks there for the team. So slowing the roll in that kind of sense. And now, full loadout comes in, and what I was asking for comes through with a shift over from Rex towards the A side, but Dark Knights, for the first time, looking at a default.
Curious if Fisher will give this away by the shot from Menace.
Yeah.
Breaks the turret, but gives the fact that they're playing so aggressively. That has to be because somebody is not where they used to be. And Pajko going to take full advantage of all this mid space now. It's going to occupy the pivot point. A lot of room to play with. And we're coming through Hunter's Fury off the drone tag. Good enough to take the Killjoy.
No, that's huge. I mean, Killjoy util nulled here into this A setup as well. It's just an easy split and pinch for Dark Knights. Flawless take here onto site, and Cam Lord too aggressive with that peek out. Should have just backed off.
2 more frags that come the way of the Dark Knights. All the room in the world on this A site. We know Menace has an op in tow. This might just be time to head for the hills.
Yeah, you just got to save in this situation. There's not much you can do. Money's not looking good. You don't want to throw this operator away either, especially with the fact that it can have so much value alongside the hero rifle going into the next round. Because right now, the way Fisher is playing, they just play for the extremities for the most part. Mid, left, pretty friggin' open, to be honest, when it comes down to it. You don't have like the KJ util down there. You don't have the alarm bot to end things out. They just close door on towards B and play really back into CT mid.
Both players known about the back of Boathouse. Could get these guns away. Menace shot gone awry. KVS will pick that one up, and both players will fall. Rifles gone. No trades available. The Dark Knights grab their 5th round lead and a little more.
Yeah, now it's a timeout to be called here by Fisher, right? Just gotta slow the roll, stop the bleeding somehow. Coming out from Dark Knights, it's just a lot of confidence in their takes right now, and Pachko just such a big factor in that kind of sense. But it's not just Pachko on Dark Knights, it's Scotty as well. You have to take this KJ player in stride. He's either there for like some sort of like late lurk, catch you out on the rotation situation, but he's also not afraid to get aggressive on that Sentinel pick.
All right, so we get a chance to talk defensively. When it comes to it, where do you want this Killjoy to go? Threatskater is the one making this timeout.
It's tough because right now, I think something we have to think about is the fact that Dark Knights now know that mid is weak for Fisher. Previously, it was left uncontested in the early quarter of this half, but Pachko, he managed to get his way all up into market. You can already see the pings going out on the map too. They know that mid is weak. So I feel like you just continue to take advantage of this. Maybe decide not to, thinking that Fisher will try to bolster their mid presence, which does come through with an alarm bot to come out here by Rex. But it's just back to that bread and butter. Found success towards the A side. Why switch things up?
I'm just going to walk back under this one way. We've seen them there before. Got called out rather quickly. The Dark Knights yet again going to take this one slow. Won't give that chance.
Oh, they just played slow this time, though. They're fully backing off normally. Dark Knights contact up, instead using the conditioning to their advantage, but what they don't know is that Fisher went for B main information this time around. The cutoff will be early, and so will the call for the rotation.
Everyone's out for info. Broken quickly. Do they check the corner? They have. Rex still going to find one, for they finally are shot down. There's the close contact players away. The Dark Knights have sight.
Yeah, pretty clean sight take here, but it was an eco round, I'm pretty sure, on the side of Fisher going into this one. Just slowing things down, trying to do as much damage as they can. Not that you can really whittle down the economy of Dark Knights in this situation. At this point, they're feeling really comfortable.
Eco team just going to push into this one. See what they can find. See if they can drop a couple rifles. Yeah. So far, the util's been strong. Pop Flash trying to open the door for KM out of lane. Caught, though, by the paranoia. Scotty will find Menace on the staircase. One picked up now. A second as well. Pass going to trade back. A chance at stairs, and Scotty will shut that down.
Good amount of damage coming out from Fisher to take down a few players on Dark Knights. But again, you can't deny the fact that, you know, last round it was 6-1, now 7-1. Dark Knights can't find themselves at any disadvantage going into the next half, right? They're definitely going in with, at minimum, a 2-round advantage, if anything. But when it comes down to it, we got that operator back online here for Menace. He's going to be staring down the long angle into top mid, but Dark Knights do not frequently actually go and peek it.
Menace with a lot of angles to look at, going to get away from that one. Super Dash out of trouble. Pachko yet again going to take the space in mid.
Yeah, nice cloud burst just to deny. Menace, though, looking to reposition now, just playing a little bit deeper, cutting off the cross into market. But it's a quiet contact now up into tree. Tuzi might get caught out with his util out. He managed to bring out the rifle, just plays to back off, plays his life, and there comes the lockdown as well.
All the control now, Garden. Dark Knights know they've got full control of tempo when it comes to this game, using it to their advantage. Menace going to swing wide. Shot hit. KBS will fall. Pachko a trade. Another look. Big angle for Menace to pick that one up. Don will send him back to the grave now, finally. Nightmare to get involved up towards Garden. Going to get away as well just before the scaffold players can have one back. The Dark Knights now going to have an extra man into the post plant.
Spike planted.
Things aren't looking good for Fisher. I mean, you've got Tuzi, who's super low health right now, trying to come in from heaven. It's a double up as well. Could just be a call to save these rifles, to be honest. Again, money's not great on the side of Fisher. These hero guns could mean a lot going into this next round. Maybe just play for exit frags. Try to draw attention, force Fisher to die to spike, or Dark Knights to die to spike if possible, but they're jumping in! What is happening? How do you not save here?
Sometimes you just feel it in your bones. Tusi certainly has felt the kill. Yeah, unfortunately, will now feel the bullets of Scotty as the rounds shut down. The only angle I could give you there is we need rounds.
You do need rounds, but you're also... I mean, it's been tough on just the sheriffs, right? There could have been a world where you save the 2 rifles, you help Menace go get that A or B orb, get the Blade Storm online, and then you're looking actually pretty decent going into the round.
Well,
and now, what's up?
Look, Ashcast, in round 5, there was almost a world where Fisher won with just sheriffs.
This is true. You're not wrong. That was really close. It came down to 1v1 there.
Now they got a couple ults to work with, too. That and a yep, that went about how you could see it going. KBS will pick that one up. Looks on the sheriffs, though. Race has 2. A chance at this one. Bucky back in tow now.
No.
Shut down through the wall. Not the way you want to see it, but still time on this one. 2 ults, 2 great retake ultimates for Fisher. Hard to finagle their way to the rifles, and Pajko doesn't want to let them grab them.
There's no way he lets them get away with it. Like, he's just going to deny all of the space, all of the weapons down, and quick blades into the heads. And Rex alone manages to secure this Vandal. Now it's a lockdown invested this round. I mean, if anything, you know, he forces them to stay, maybe detains them if possible, but it's a double swing to end it all. 9-1 here for the Knights.
I mean, can we just talk about the awareness? The last 2 players alive there towards the end of lane, but then also the look from Pajko to pop blade and step into the space knowing there's rifles to be converted.
It was a really great call, really good play. You want to deny any sort of advantage that your opponents can pick up, right? And Dark Knights, despite their lead, they want to continue on with the momentum that they have. They don't want to allow any rounds to slip away from them. And now, I mean, weapons are online. That lockdown expended into the last round, but you've got 4 other ultis here for Fisher to look toward.
And you almost certainly have to in this scenario. Early contact. That's been the same conditioning every round. It got the null command out.
I feel like that's just propped so prematurely. You have a KJ set up as well to slow things down, right? So to pull out the ultimate that early on, I feel like you're better off using it either for, like, for the retake situation. You pressure the plant from Dark Knight super early, maybe even deny them from securing it if you can. But you got Molly's down. There's no way they'd be... You could just isolate Pajko on site when he dashes on.
Absolutely. And here he goes. Going to dash on. No coming back the other direction. Guarantees he cannot be isolated, but Rex Skater can find all the frags. Picking up 3 right now from Door. Finally shut down, but Rex Skater going to find another look. A 3-piece for their troubles. Tuzi will grab the last frag. Fisher finally convert another round.
There's a null command in response to take the site, but Rexigator does not need his util to shut them down on it. Fisher can secure this 3rd round on the board. The next half is looking a lot more doable. It really truly gets scary when the other team hits double digits in half number 1. Then it's like, you're okay. I mean, sure, just a few rounds off from losing in this situation as well, but I feel like the rounds can snowball a lot easier. You can land on that match point faster, and it's aggression to come out from Menace. This is what Fisher has needed to earn that first.
Menace lives up to the name. Going to pick up a nice look there from Cat. Nightmare's gone fishing. Has been able to pick up a tag. It's the angling, and that will be the frag. Another as well. Confidence is key. It finds the look. Menace will pick up another. So 2-2 from the Jet and the Sova. Just Pajko now standing for the Dark Knights. Going to pick up 1. First 1v1 for their troubles. A lot of work to do, though. A full ace needed. Win this one out. Secondary look. Peeked the drone. Found the frag.
Yeah, there's 2 though here into mid. Could have a crossfire set up. That's what the positioning's trying to handle at the moment. But also opportunity to isolate ones with the cloud burst available.
6 bullets in the Vandal now. Player to Sabrosa, player tucked directly behind this Radiant Knight box. Reese will grab the peak. A 3K for the Sova. Third round for Fisher Tea Party.
This is what Fisher needed. They needed to just light up a little bit, go a bit on that offensive, get a little bit aggressive. I feel like on their defensive half, Fisher paid a lot of respect over towards the Knights and weren't going for any super aggressive peaks other than Menace's general positioning. But now that they're on the attacking side, you can't just rely on Pajko now here for Knights, right? He's only going to be on one site. He's not leading the charge for an execution, but he will be leading the charge for an aggressive push into B main where he will be met with 5.
We know they'll be met with the entirety of the attacking side. But can they shoot their way out of this one? Pajko crazy on the defensive. Last go on stream. Paranoia going to give them the space. Fisher walking into 4 though. Menace out onto the site. Caught now from lane. KBS will pick that one up. Everyone out of the smoke. Pop flash is big. Tuzi, Reese, Rex all going to find value. Sending their way the rest of the way to site. Nightmare jumping right click. Now caught by Reese. And 1v2 when the dust is settled.
I don't even know what happened there. It was just chaos on site. It's super scrappy execution here coming out from Fisher, but they find an advantage. Now it's just the peak of the beanie to get. And Reese is looking Scotty. Shoots 2 in the back, and the Knights earn that 10th round on the board. There's no way that just happened, Kat.
This is exactly why they told you in middle school, don't play your AirPod too loud. Don't play your iPod too loud in your ears while you walk down the halls. Oh my goodness. Bro is gone deaf early.
That's just...
He just killed his teammate from stairs.
That's so unfortunate. That's so unfortunate. It was such a headshot angle that Scotty was able to find there too on towards Rex, but man, it's going to be the same story that we're going to see here outside of B. Once again, Fisher, they force up here knowing that they're in that danger zone, just 1 away, 2 away from that match point, but the dash on Menace with a jet tech gets the first blood.
Good morning, good night. Menace looking for another now. Aries in tow. Rest of the team going to get involved on the back end. They'll clear out Scotty. They've cleared out Sight in addition. Not going to go down.
Nice save plant here onto the default spot. But Dark Knights, they're coming in fast. They're not waiting. We're going to put early pressure here onto the post plant.
It's the old stinger right there. Pashko going to pick up Tuzi. This game gets scrappier by the minute. Reese on the tight angle. A lot of work to do here. Gonna cut the barrel. Yeah. Unfortunately, Spectre can't get as much wall pen as it would like to. Try to step over. Reese caught in trouble. KBS will triangulate for the kill. Meta's back of sight now. Going to pick up one back to the direction. Shot through the cloud. Picked up Dunn. Gets out of danger. And Rex Skater to finish the job. Fisher will find a 4th.
What movement, though, coming out from Menace with that dash out from Boathouse. Just repositioning in the nick of time. But Fisher's looking a lot more comfortable here onto the attacking side. So far, it's only been the first 2 rounds, right? So it's pistol into a scuffed by. Rifles finally coming out to play, though. Dark Knights are going to go for this eco round. Don't have anything to carry over after losing out on their buy-up. And again, going onto that offensive here on the defense. Again, pushing in towards A, and Fisher just running it back on B.
I guess who's back? Fisher continuing the ways. Recon all the info in the world, and Menace can pick that one up thanks to the outline. Nightmare will fall through the wall. Fisher yet again to the B site.
4v5 situation, though, a little bit different into this retake, but a bigger gap as far as the weapons advantage goes here for Fisher. Pashko breaks the mid door. You know that you can expect that push to come in. But again, this is really scary. It's Crossfires here for lane here on the side of Fisher's side.
Now Menace and Tuzi going to pick up the first 2 looks. Tuzi swings for more. Gets it as well. Don hoping, praying for just one shorty frag. Just a dime. Going to pick it up. We'll find Reese, Rex Skater to finish the job. Fisher just lose 1 on yet another B site take.
Okay, but after these consistent B site takes, I feel like Dark Knights, they gotta switch things up at this point. Instead, I mean, they do, just slightly. You invest another player over now that you have rifles in hands, but it's a KJ setup on towards B or A for Dark Knights. Fisher shifted completely over towards this site as well. Dark Knights are just running all over the map though. Like they're starting at one point, I'm like, okay, this is what the play is gonna be. They switch things up instead. It's a solo anchor A situation. The TP over and the recon though is enough to have Dark Knights call for the rotation.
Bashko playing, or Menace, excuse me, playing with incredible pacing. Caught though by Scotty. The paranoia phase just in time, so look will be there. Fisher do make it to sight, but it has cost them a player.
Door closed and comfortable playing here for Fisher. 45 situation though, and a lot of pressure to come out early from the Knights, but I like the lockdown to come through. Could be broken easily with a string out from tree, but Cam Lord is going to try and deny that.
Lockdown broken. Reese will find 2. Pajko to trade back, and the Dark Knights a very successful retake.
I feel like the fact that we got it to see it from the bird's eye view just made things almost more chaotic. I was like, I don't know where to land my eyes at right now. Just so much going on towards site, just so much chaos, and I feel like so far, at least just in general for this matchup, we haven't really seen much like just slow, disciplined, and structured rounds, right? Cat, for the most part, it's been okay, sure, maybe some structure within the first 5 seconds, but if someone gets a first blood, we're sending it. Like, we're just
I don't
going.
think the structure goes past this is the site we're going to this round.
Yeah. It's just been scrappy rounds, like on site even, the fights that are being taken, the util that's being thrown out from both teams.
Menace on a nice angle here. Jump peek from Dawn. Won't confirm any info just yet. Menace is going to confirm off the sword. Takes the shot. It'll be to the feet.
Leg.
The Omen needs new sneakers, but has kept her alive.
Somebody get him some J's so we can run away. Menace, though, going to be pushing up into Arches. Bit of a dangerous situation to be in, as is Jet, but you still have the Tailwind available. He decides to fall off of it, though, as the rest of Fisher regroup in towards A side. A really nice shock dart, though, to take out the alarm bot and Nano from Scotty.
Scotty going to kill 0 points, so no suppression either. Gets to use that Nano Swarm towards A main. Not a ton of value, of course, as Fisher already through Garden for the majority, so on to site. Plant will go down. Full numbers both sides for retake.
Okay, it's gonna get scrappy again here, Cat. I mean, lockdown's coming out. Knights are just gonna start to funnel in. You got a Hunter's Fury online too.
He accidentally tags his teammate. Hate to see it. Still going to get value though. Scotty out for 2. Swinging out of scaffold. Pajko out of door. Blazestorm activated. Picks up 1. Caught in the Nano out now. Caught by Reese. Back to the direction is 2C, but only good for 1 from Hell. KBS will take them down. It's match point for the Dark Knights.
The thing is, I don't even know what the call is for Fisher right now. Dark Knights are realistically, mechanically winning out their gunfights right now. Because of the fact that we're not seeing super structured rounds coming out from either side. It means that we're not really seeing those 1v1s. We're not seeing the ability for these players to isolate each other on towards site, because it's really just retake situations or you're getting caught out pretty early on, and then just chaos on like within the fights and whatnot. And Dark Knights seem to be thriving in that situation.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see if Fisher can slow it down on their own end, and it's not going to be the case as Menace gets taken down early.
So you said slow it down?
Sorry, I know it's not
You
no
meant
cab. All good.
speed it up?
Press
Unfortunate.
the fast forward button.
And this yet again the first pick of a round, and Fisher now playing down the rounds and down a player into this one.
Shock darts out into mid-market though. Trying to get a little bit of damage off. Reese is super low. Super close to just getting wall banged out, to be honest. What is happening right now? I didn't even know Scotty was there. Neither did Reese, but at least this time he turned around.
Rex has the headshot angle for just a moment. Couldn't quite find that first look, and Nightmare gets away with one there. 2 players left standing. A low HP Reese, very low. 5, I believe, the total number. 4. Thank you. Thank you very much. Pasco's still on with the op. KVS will take 2Z. 4 HP, 4 players to find.
He got 1. And he kept all 4 health. 30 seconds Can he find another?
Not going to peek for Market. Picks that one
can't.
up. Full flash right now. No one swings for the trade. All good. They'll triangulate on the spike instead. Lots of work to do for the Sova. 15 seconds. You don't got time to plant. You got to find all the frags. Out into the angle, and KBS will take them out of map number 1. The Dark Knights take their map 13-5.
13-5, and ended things, taking us actually away from Italy and all the way to the Bermuda Triangle into that last round. But when it comes down to it, I really think we just can't deny the mechanics from Dark Knights. It's not like Fisher hasn't tried to make any adaptations. I think that there was some conditioning that they did fall prey towards, like really nice baits from Dark Knights, just throwing out the 0 point in towards a main, and then Fisher just automatically react off of it because of how fast Knights does move. Because that's the other thing, is like, if Knights is moving at such a fast speed, you aren't really in control at slowing things down, because they've been trying to do that and it hasn't been working out. So you kind of have to meet them.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty interesting watching that second half of the game, how aware the Dark Knights are of the fact that they're going to be able to successfully retake. I mean, both times we get to see them retake the A site, they keep 3 players out of 5 alive in what are 5-on-5 retakes. So you talk about how successfully they're winning mechanical gunfights. I think those stat lines really show us how successful they are. And then the recognition of, we will just give you the site. It's all good. Do what you will. Use your utility. We're coming back in on the retake, and we're probably going to win. And that they do. So if you can't find early picks, if you've got a team able to play full strength to the retake, and they're playing just a little step above when it comes to mechanics, you're probably going to get beat. And unfortunately, that they did.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still a best of 3 series, so there's an opportunity for Fisher's team to come back here in this BO3. But we are going to send to a quick break first off before we get into map number 2. I believe that is going to be Haven. So you guys stay tuned. As a reminder, this CECC LCQ is brought to you guys by Dream Seat and Zip Chair, who as the official gaming chair of the CECC, head over towards zipchair.com and elevate your gaming chair today. Maybe you guys can play like some of the players here in the server. We will see you guys on the other side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esport Commissioners Cup. I am Septilence, and I get a really neat opportunity here. We get to interview Burns from E United. Burns, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. We're on day 2 of the event. It's been a fantastic one. I ran into you yesterday, but we were running around like chickens with our heads off, and it has been, I mean, how has your time been here? What has this event kind of been like?
Yeah, it's great. I just love being in the passion pit, seeing all the college kids go at it. Reminds me of like an old school MLG event almost, but being like in an epicenter of the passion pit, seeing Rocket League, Valorant, Overwatch, and Smash, just, it's amazing to see all of these schools compete against each other and get a shot to play on this main stage.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And tell us a little bit about kind of what is E United, right? Because we know that you're here, we know you're here to represent them, but for the people that don't know, what is E United?
Yeah, E United was founded in 2016. We're a professional esports organization. We've been in League of Legends, Overwatch, all the way to Battle Right, I think it was called back in the day. Right now in 2022, we are in Gears of War, Halo, Rocket League, PUBG, and announcing a new title tomorrow. I know, get the small intel here. So it's a lot of fun. I went pro in Call of Duty when I was younger. I ended up playing my last event under E United, switched in 2016, and I've been the GM ever since. So it's a true blessing to be able to stay with an organization for as long as I have, and we love giving back to the collegiate community. I actually graduated from Full Sail in 2013.
I was a little confused about the jersey. I was a little...
Yeah, so the Full Sail boys are out of the tournament, unfortunately, but I decided I would rep them today in their honor. Yeah, it's just great. I love working with younger individuals who are trying to find their path in esports, and these college kids are really showing what they're all about.
Yeah, so to be kind of an ex-pro player, where a collegiate scene at the time didn't exist, especially not to the scale right now, what is it like to see such high levels of success, such high levels of support for something that you weren't able to kind of get as much support in at the time, something that was looked down on a lot more?
Yeah, I'm extremely jealous. That's all I can say. Full Sail started their program in 2017. when I was there in 2011 and 12, it was just a bunch of nerds running around, just creating their own clubs. I was still striving to go pro, but now you have these opportunities to play on main stage, play in front of thousands of people. We just had locals back in the day. You would show up and play for like $200, $100. It was like lunch money.
Right.
Now these kids are playing for scholarships. They're playing for fame. They could pop off here and end up getting a sponsor for $10,000 or $20,000 from somebody.
Right.
So the opportunities are just endless at the moment, and I think it's just great that you know, you basically can prove yourself and make anything happen right now.
It's instead of kind of what you had gone through, being in college and also trying to go pro.
Yeah.
These kids can try to go pro while being in college.
100%.
It's hand in hand instead
Yeah.
of those two kind of battling kind of matchups. So if somebody's trying to go pro, right? They're like, Burns, I want to be you one day. I want to be the GM of EU United one day. What is that first step to really take it from a hobby to a passion, to a job?
Yeah, I think I've told this story a lot, but it's really, I thought about going pro every night before I went to bed.
Right.
Like, I lived and breathed Call of Duty for years. It was my life. I had to skip dinner sometimes. I had to skip family functions, and my family didn't really understand, but it was what I wanted to do, and it all worked out. But at the end of the day, you always need to kind of be organized. You have to have the ability to not put all of your eggs in one basket. So even though it worked out for me, there are so many opportunities in esports. There's being a caster or interviewing people. There's working in production. There's helping people get waters. Like, literally, there are so many opportunities. So, oh, this crowd's awesome.
They're going crazy, dude. They stayed on their last life right now.
Off subject, Smash, regardless if it's middle school, high school, college, it pops off all the time. I love it.
Well, Burns, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, guys.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to ECAC Top Plays of the Week. I am Septilence, and let me tell you what, right away, if you thought last week's clips were great from weeks 1 and 2, your minds are going to be blown here in week number 3. Let's take a look at what these players brought to the table this week. We wanted a banger to kick things off strong in our 8th slot of the week, and let me tell you what, CU definitely coming in clutch. They're already up a couple of points, but they want to make sure they can walk away victorious in game number 1 with a pretty good pinch from Pancake.
Yeah. Another good shot. Pancake with that shot.
Oh, get your syrup and your chocolate chips out, because this pancake is looking tasty.
With only 60 seconds on the clock, the University of Kentucky was feeling great. They'd already won a fight, Midtown was within their grasp as they only needed to secure one more fight win to full hold Bryant University. But Klaus knew, sometimes it's not just about winning. Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Okay, they've got to move. There's the initial hack. Klaus down like the cat among the pigeons. And there's not a lot of coming back from that one. The fawn, it's...
RPI found themselves with their backs against the wall on Bind. They were 2 round losses away from losing the map and the series being tied up 1-1, going all the way to map number 3. They needed a hero. They needed somebody to guide them to the promised land, and it was Moses with a 3-piece that secured the deal and won them their 9th round.
The team, Southern Arkansas, will make it free and clear, taking on the site, unless Moses able to lock it down with a 3K! It's all up to the singular Briani, who's nowhere to be found!
TP, that must have been, he just walked through.
CU did such a good job this week that we want to highlight them not once, but twice. This time the attention pulling over to Lyric, who gives us a great aerial coast-to-coast play and seals the deal with what looks like a 0-degree goal to put CU just 1 point further in the lead.
Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful aerial goal.
Could have said it better myself. Look at how Lyric creates space. And the accuracy. Does it get any better than that?
It really doesn't.
For this next clip, we're jumping over to a Smash crew battle where things are looking good. All 3 players alive on both sides and bounce.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. Map 1 goes the way of the Dark Knights on their map pick. It's time for map number 2. I'm Catnator. That's Ash. What are we looking into for Haven?
Well, we gotta talk about the agents when it comes down to Haven, right? You can have a pretty big myriad of compositions come through on this map. I feel like Breach is still continuously and will continue to be one of the strongest initiators depending on your comp, but it's all about how these teams play, right? So it's going to depend on playstyle. We don't really actually know too much about Dark Knights in particular going into this map either.
Yeah, absolutely true. And when it comes to this event in particular, we haven't seen either of these teams actually step into Haven yet. So we'll get our first bout as of recency. When it comes to the Dark Knights, we haven't seen them play a single official, whether that's CVOT, whether that's CECC, on the map of Haven. When it comes to this year for Fisher, we've seen them play it 3 times, won it twice. So pretty solid ratio. Last time around, lost it, but 13-10 was a score on that FIU game. So pretty close, all holds barred.
Definitely is. And I think with Fisher starting out on the attacking side first, the player that we've got to talk about is Menace, right? He had 6 first bloods in that last game. That ended up being a 5-13 for his team. So he picked up 1 more than rounds 1 for them, but was a big reason why they were able to make entries back on towards site or even shut down Dark Knights a little bit early on. And he will be going back towards that jet pick.
It's been a long time since I've got to see an Astra rear her head onto Haven. I think the one map where she really can prove versatile, whether that not be Pearl, like one of the old guard maps where she still can shine. How do you feel about Astra over Omen here?
I think Astra is really strong on this map. I think it depends on playstyle. Again, we're going to have to see this Astra player being really good with the mid-rounding. Having good communication on your team as well is going to be one of the mainstays. And I think Astra was picked on, I didn't get to catch absolutely everyone, but that was on the side of Dark Knights, right there, Kat?
Yes.
It was the immediate hesitation for me.
In 10 seconds.
All good. It was.
Yes.
Not. Yes, it was.
I was not.
I second guessed myself for a moment there. So I think this is a really good pick for Dark Knights. I think if it was Fisher, I'd be a little bit more worried because 2Z, he looked really good on the Omen pick, but you're also enabling yourself to play a little bit more solo, and we didn't see the coordination that we needed from Fisher to have an Astra on the roster. Meanwhile, for Dark Knights, I feel like their calming with each other is a bit more coordinated and just slightly above that level that we saw on Ascent from Fisher.
Or look to be the call for Fisher College. Plant on its way and now down. See if they can hold on to this one with pistols. Hard to hold in any case, but got a little bit of extra room. Going to be holding confidently 2 players outside of Garage. Pajka walking into trouble out of a lobby at this current time. Actually managed to just barely pass one another. Turret broke, will give information away. Reese close contact. Scotty going to find that one, and here comes the back line. Rex Skater 2C, Menace to pick up 2. Fisher getting every frag, and Rex Skater will seal the deal. Just 1 to fall for Fisher on the pistol.
Really nice opening round coming out from Fisher here, and something that they need on their map pick, right? You want to be the ones with the hot starts at the beginning and try to build that momentum going forward after the 13-5 that they just experienced over on Haven, map number 1. Try to take it the distance in this best of 3 series, because again, it's a single elimination bracket here, so everything is constantly on the line, even more so Fisher being a map down.
Yeah, absolutely. So checking off any sort of bad jujus from Ascent, bringing themselves back into contention here. A team that has thrived on Fracture just have to be able to get there. Early pole, early nade going to come through. Hasn't found any connections when it comes to lobby. Fisher playing incredibly slow round 2.
Yeah, look at the way they're poised. They have that breach flash just waiting for contact from the turret, but Dark Knights aren't giving Fisher anything into mid. Instead, it's a big commitment here up into a lobby. Overextension coming out from Nightmare does get punished. And now you've got a full rotation over, looking for a fast flank, but Dawn's not going to be able to get out.
Not able to get out. Will manage to escape with just 1 before they fall. Scotty in the smoke, sitting outside of Garage. Out now, caught by Reese. No shenanigans there. Both players on the back line here defensively, and they're both going to fall to Rex Skater's Phantom.
Nice look coming out from Fisher so far. A lot more patience from Fisher going into this map as well. I think naturally Haven slows things down for most teams anyways, with it being 3 sites, with the importance of map control that comes through. So we'll see how that continues to go forward with rifles coming out now for both sides. As Fisher, they had a really big buy up into that last round, and this is a really nice bonus to be looking at.
See if they're able to do more than look. See if they're able to convert this one as they're running it down to the C site. Menace to the top box. Nothing to be seen. So they've got all the room in the world. Plant's going to come down now to hold the post.
Yeah, it's another 5v5 situation, though. We know what Dark Knights was able to do on their defensive retakes over on Ascent. It looked so coordinated, and when things got scrappy, Fisher tended to get lost in the fray.
See if they're able to change that storyline here onto this one. Early utility. The Cloudburst, the Sol CT. Still on top box will be Menace. Rexgator going to pick up the first frag. Swapping over. Don going to pick up 2. Swarming their way back in now. Both players CT. Tuzi's guarding and can't find the mark. It's a third for the Astra. Cerise with it all to do is able to tuck the recon. Drone forward. Need the pings and need them now. Recon into the smoke. Trying to get confirmed, but Nightmare has tapped the head away. That'll be the pickup for Dark Knights. They'll shut down the bonus.
Such a nice off angle to be holding there as well, coming out from Dark Knights. Having Nightmare on the angle, just catching Reese off guard. No opportunity to actually swing wide to try and get a spray down onto the diffuser.
I should play some Astral Stars in this reality.
But it's still a pretty tight round when it comes down to it. Now, still rifles across the teams, both teams here. Dark Knights with a little bit more of a scuffed by because that was their full going into last round. Meanwhile, it was Fisher's bonus, so feeling a lot more comfortable here. You do have an ultimate already available here on the Dark Knight side. I'm pretty sure that's the Cosmic Divide. That would be a huge tool to use here in a retake situation.
That it would. Menace wants to put them into one. Going to walk up towards Sewer. Good for the first.
Oh,
and
nice ISO.
That's why you play the buddy system. Pajka will find the second. So there's a trade back. 1-1. Start off the round.
I think that's the thing with Dark Knights. It's just always being paired up, right? Or if you're playing solo, you're playing super safe, like Ratty, or somewhere where you can get out and get away. Like, look at how passive the whole tier is towards A now. Just holding into A link on the side of Dark Knights. The site completely left open. Fisher, though, haven't really moved up. They kept some presence towards the left side of the map with that KJ util to deny any lurks coming up, but otherwise have just cut noise. Now looking to scale back up. But I feel like at this point, Dark Knights has that read, and that's why the 0 point comes out even more now that that presence has been detected.
Yep, and then I'll put 2 players back
30 seconds left.
to defend. Pasco going to find another look. Second pick of the round as Cam Lord going to fall. Fisher get to sight, but it's cost them 2 players now. Plant to go down. Here comes that retake. Well in the nade. Tuzi has no choice but to try to step away. Good timing, good reaction from the Omen to keep the numbers at least close. And this one's still going to be down 1. This contact comes through. On his way is Pajko. Caught from Graffiti. Rexgator looking for more. Don and Scotty. Good to combine. Just the hell player now. Tuzi shrouded step tier. Picks up 2. But KBS going to trade back out. It'll be tied up at 2.
What's crazy is that Tuzi makes these situations close every single time in a clutch. It's like 1vx. Sure, he hasn't been able to win out those 1v1s quite yet. I'm pretty sure on Ascent in those situations, it just hasn't been able to pull that through. You can't deny the effort, though, with the fact that he's able to isolate these fights, take players down. And I feel like that's also why the Omen pick for this player is so clean, because it really just enables him to play for himself when stuck in those clutch situations. But for Fisher, same kind of default to come through. That same turret here in towards mid-window to deny any early peeks or find the information on it if they're not Dark Knights decide to swing B early.
Drone through garage will die just before info onto KBS. Menace getting, oh my gosh, menacing up into the B site. Massive right click, gonna walk away with a Guardian, newfound treasure. Fisher will back away now to A lobby.
There ain't no way. It's a mad dash towards the A side. Only Pajko to beat them, and he's playing really non-committal in towards CT spawn, right? Looking to do some damage. Gets smoked off, unfortunately. He maintains the space, though, trying to deny that over towards Fisher, but inevitably has to fall off with the nano. And so far, it's a lot of util into the fray of things. And a big advantage here for Fisher in the post plant.
Yeah, slightly on the pole. Could have had the planter dead there. Wasn't quite coordinated enough. But damage still to sustain to come back into this one. Lockdown going to kill time. Unless they want to play around it, which they've chosen. So right now, KBS will pick up one. Reese a trade. This little sheriff shot there. Timeout now over. This team's able to step forward. Pop flash out of heaven. They'll go. KBS picking up 2. A 4th on the round. Now looking for the ace. Unless Pajko has something to say. Rexgator going to shut him down. Time running down. Now KBS has to find the kill, and Rexgator knows it. Will hold the angle and will come back through with the stinger. We'll take a Phantom away and a round win with it.
Such a nice attempt, but when it comes down to it, Rexgator played that perfectly. He just bought extra time whenever possible here into the post plant, and Fisher find this advantage once again after tying things up with Dark Knights. And now it's 3 ultimates available here for both sides. Scotty, 1 away from the lockdown. We've seen how much impact he's been able to have for the Knights. For Fisher, for their execution, I'm looking towards that Rolling Thunder.
Do you see them throwing into this round with the advantages they know they have?
Yep.
As they'll garner even more, going to find 2 very early into this one. Drone forward. Don going to get caught. Scotty hoping for something, but comes up short. The shorty, as Fisher College going to step into the A site. Plant will go down, and KBS just a frenzy in hand. See if you can grab some exits, my man.
If that's KBS, I'm going for exit frag / just looking to live here, to be honest, and die to spike. He's already got the null command up, so you don't have to worry about getting an alt point from dying to an enemy player, because the detonation doesn't grant you anything for your ultimate. So you can feel comfortable knowing that he doesn't give that extra money over. Does end up pushing in anyways. Bit of an awkward one way to try and look in towards. And Fisher, they've stuck around for a lot longer towards this site, really deep, than I would have expected. I'd expect them to already be like posted up into short and long.
No shenanigans.
Nope.
For Fisher College Tea Party.
I mean, they're the ones in the danger zone, right? You gotta play perfect here for Fisher. Try to win out this match, take it to a 3rd. Not looking to give anything up for free or be caught off guard in that kind of sense, but still a lot of ultimates to look forward to here for both teams going into this next round. But it's Dark Knights who are now continuously being pressured into this danger zone, considering the fact that their money's not looking too great after this buy. It should be another semi-eco if they can't win this one out.
He's able to step in front of the dagger, give shots away, a little bit of noise, and Pajko has not made any of their own, is able to walk into all this occupying space. Doozy going to run into trouble. Gone away are the smokes. Is this team going to push C long with nothing but an ultimate at their disposal? Hunter's Fury trying to shut them down. We'll have tags on the kill under Reese. Don will have Menace in the back of the site. Another to go with it. And it's just Rexgator. His whole team decimated within the first 20 seconds.
I mean, that's the worst player to lose as your first blood, right? It's your controller. No cover to be given on an execute. Rexgator sees just the slip of the astral form from Dawn in towards backside, but the Nebula denies the information. He can't actually quite get that spray down, and for Fisher, I mean, money-wise, they're doing pretty well right now. If I'm Rexgator, I'd be trying to go for those exits. Or not necessarily exits, but maybe just try and isolate ones. Pick them off, do that economical damage since Dark Knights are the ones hurting. Go shopping for some alt orbs. Like, you could grab this one towards C long even with that smoke up. Has not faded actually quite at this point. But he finds one for his troubles.
No more than that. KBS will finish the job now. Dark Knights just to drop 1. What was a very nice defensive reaction.
There's no way. Okay, here on out, Rexgator is never gonna not put that turret in towards window. I feel like that was the one of the few times we saw Fisher College not have that window turret. He placed it in towards grass, watching garage instead. That having to be also the only time that Pajko walks out under window to get that early pick. And A lot of ultimates were expended into that last round here. We're about to get chaotic once again in towards mid. Pashko first of all.
They already sniffed it out.
Yep.
They're not able to get the cheese in the kitchen. This time, there's a trap. Ludus's life in the efforts. Tried to sneak back down towards window. Fisher College not going to be fooled twice. They've taken 2 early frags. They look to now scale A.
I like the switch up. They kept that turret in towards the garage as well, just to make it seem like that window play wouldn't come through. But what I'm looking for Scotty, he's got to back out. Looking for something early will actually be punished for it, and instead now not able to play that utility. And that lockdown could have been pertinent for Dark Knights to turn the tide on this round that is looking pretty much done into the hands of Fisher.
If you're going to info peek anyway, what really is the point of your util on the A side?
It's just a save now here for Dark Knights. I mean, I understand trying to find something early, try to catch them off guard, whittle down numbers, but I feel like when you've got an ultimate like that lockdown online, it's really not a risk worth being taken.
Unfortunately, was not into this round, so we get a pseudo timeout for both sides. This one more than chalked up. We'll move forward to round number 9.
Okay, much different look coming out from Fisher though here. We can't deny that Fisher are looking a lot more coordinated than they did on the attacking side, but I feel like that's also because Dark Knights has given them a bit of breathing room here on Haven, especially starting out on the defense first, where they're not controlling that pace and just getting up in Fisher's grill right off the bat. And a much earlier timeout to be called this time. Dark Knights this time around, though, previously we saw it was Fisher over on Ascent, but they waited for a much larger lead to accumulate. Meanwhile, Dark Knights want to stagnate them early.
So I think the easy fixes here, the band-aids are, don't give us much early into the round. I mean, walk 2 up towards grass. Gotta look 1 round. The very next round, flashpoint and 2 taps to the dome, so both players fell early. We play a little slower, and we've seen them consistently on info peaks, and typically it's been Fisher Tea Party walking away with that first frag.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, Dark Knights probably aren't going to try and contest into B mid early anymore, unless they're playing for like an anti-flash situation. Maybe KBS throws out like a really late flash into it, but at the same time, I feel like it's not really worth that gamble with how the fight has been turning in towards Fisher's favor. But now back in towards this default here for Fisher. Heavy stack towards the C side for Dark Knights. Instead, they're looking for your early C long control to pinch. This could be the controller down early on once again.
No scale from Menace. Nothing to be spotted just yet. Gonna have an interesting angle. See if the Dark Knight's info peek into danger. Pashko letting his presence be known up C long.
So much pressure too. That forces out the owl drone from Fisher. They have to clear for like close, and then Pashko's completely out of there. But they don't know. Like they don't know Pashko could be in cubby at this situation. So Fisher have to play super respectful towards that C side while keeping an eye on it. Fall off into mid as well, as Menace was all alone on an island into cubby in that situation. You see pings going out from Fisher for pathing towards that A side, but again, you didn't show early presence there previously, and Scotty's waiting with that util. Despite the pings though, they're scaling up towards C.
This is a perfect time as the Dark Knight's going to pull to the other direction. Those players on the minimap to raise the Sova. They're headed to A, lane the round, and KVS says, sound the alarm. Menace will take him down on the jump peak, and Fisher College have a free walk on to the C site.
I really like this read, because if you're Fisher, you're thinking, okay, even if Pashko's pushed up into cubby, everyone else has to be playing heavy towards A because they expect us there. We've been quiet. Now retake to come in from Dark Knights. Showstopper already expended.
Don going to pick up one. Paz go to the top row. Has KM Lord, and he will be taken away. So good so far on the retake. And now they'll throw the divide into this one. Hunter's Fury, no choice but to be expended. It'll tag Nightmare late, so he's got it halved. can sit on this one, and they know what Fisher have to rush forward through this wall. Scotty will grab 2, and Dark Knight's going to walk back on the retake.
So well played here for Dark Knights. That Cosmic Divide absolutely perfect. So nobody can get sprayed down on the side of the defenders on that defuse. Now, that was quite a few ultimates invested from the Knights into that previous round. Fisher starting to find themselves with a little lead now. Only by 1 point here. Rex just 1 away from the lockdown. Could be a long control that Fisher look for to get that lockdown up.
That is looking like the case. Already through the early utility they are. Menace going to go high and wide here. Hasn't seen anything though. Step forward. KJ Util spotted. Smoked off is the turret. Going to opt not to overheat towards CT. Will instead stay with the gang. Instead on Graffiti. And lockdown up for the Dark Knights.
Lockdown for a lockdown to come in, right? And Menace eats the boom bot as well. This is going to be Dark Knights trying to get Fisher picked off, but instead it's going to be, oh no, they get detained. There's no way. The other one destroyed as well. This round is over and Knights tied up.
Yeah, I was looking for the Venn diagram. Stall for a bit of time and make that post plant so much easier. Unfortunately, a nade combination along with the shock bolt from Nightmare is enough to take down that opposing lockdown. So 4 players detained, and if no one has guns on the post plant, well, it goes about how you expect it to.
They were so committed to it too, is the scary part. Is like, those lockdowns, it's not like they went down within like milliseconds of each other. There was a pretty decent difference in those bars where Dark Knights could have even gone in for a second to try and take it out. But this time, Fisher shifting gears, moving fast over toward the seaside. Nightmare already down. They're going in hot and heavy.
And this one's going to stall for space. So Menace the only player to walk out and the only player to get fragged. Cavius will pick that one up. Caught by the recon and caught through the box. Rescator and 2 is going to send 2 back, and they've got C yet again.
You got Pajko revealing himself on the flank as well. Isolates one really nicely, but it's still a 2v3 situation. Make that a 2v none. As Dark Knights, they clean up, they take the lead, and feel comfortable knowing that they're going into the next half of that lead 6.
Yeah, we're getting those little inklings of a Senegan, where Dark Knights on the retake, just even in disadvantageous positions, are able to just get 2 apiece, get 3 apiece. They're able to still somehow convert these rounds.
Well, it's the shifts that we saw after that timeout, right? Dark Knights, they're playing a little bit more brazen previously, even with Scotty, like that early peak that we were talking about when they had no information on Fisher's positioning at that point. And just trying to find something cheeky now. That last round, Scotty played completely off-site, played his life. You can see Dark Knights are kind of tightening up that calming, that positioning a bit more. Of course, it's an off angle this time, hides in towards the smoke zone.
Scotty in for 1. Reese a quick trade, and Fisher and the C site name a better duo. They're back yet again. Plant's going to come down.
The Sentinel's got a mid lurk though to cut off that garage rotation as Dark Knights tries to make space.
Oh, he took everything. Drone doesn't see Menace either. He's got the space.
It's a judge though. Oh no.
Here's the look. Gonna be caught by a massive rocket. He's gone away. Don will find another retake back in full tow. Reese has a spray, but no more bullets. And Nightmare will take him away. And the Dark Knights will lead by 2 when the half is settled.
7-5 here, and Fisher, they're the ones who need the pistol round coming up next, right? Managed to secure it in this first half here on Haven. But Fisher, again, they're the ones in the hot seat, right? It's only a 2-round lead here for Knights, but they have the map advantage as well. They're tightening things up, and Fisher, we saw them on the attack where they looked a lot more comfortable on ascent. But defense is where things got scary because that was just Pajko running the show.
All right, second half is upon us. The Dark Knights with a lead in this series continue to have the lead into the end of this game, and they'll be looking at 1 more series to put them into grand finals.
single elimination bracket. No coming back into the lowers. This round dictates usually how the half tends to pan out, especially with Fisher really needing to find something to tie things up early on. Completely ignoring this KJ util. Pashko, I feel like he goes in. It's like, oh, there's a turret. Don't worry, my team's got me. Like, I'm just gonna keep pushing forward. It's fine.
The truster. Dark Knight's up close. Menace right click to find some damage. Everyone's in cubby. It's a buddy system. Tuesday, KM, Reese all gonna find frags as Fisher storming back on the retake. Rex Skater will finish the job. Spike defuse, all that's left to do.
You just have Menace like updrafts, dances in the corner, cloudburst. Don't worry, guys. I'm the distraction while everyone's making tactical moves and to actually kill people. But really nicely done. That flank, I think, caught Dark Knights off guard because they haven't really seen this kind of aggression coming out from Fisher previously on their defense, who played a lot more timidly over on Ascent. So I'm glad that Fisher, they're stepping things up. They're looking to meet Dark Knights head to head, and I think that if they can continue to do so and don't just allow Dark Knights to run with the space that they're looking for, Fisher could take this to a third map.
That they could. Slow pacing early into this round. The Dark Knight's going to get a feel for the mid control into this one. Just an alarm bot going to be set towards B and a breach towards A link. Alarm bot activated. Scotty pushed forward. Cam just a bit off the angle. Paint Shell's going to push him even further. Scotty's out. Classic can't find much there and won't even contest. Look back into it now. Teammate at the helm here for Fisher as they push forward into this one. KBS, nice sheriff shot. KM going to find one as Tuzi swinging all the way through. Whole team is garnered together to defend this B site.
Yeah, this is a very unfavorable position for Dawn to be in. Classic in hand. No stars left either. And it's just everything being covered here. You got Main being held in a crossfire. There's no way you get one even in this situation.
Got a one tap. But as mentioned, was not able to get one. We're all tied at 7.
Okay. Buy up though here for Dark Knights. This is where things get scary, right? For Fisher. Their bonus not looking nearly as strong it's compared to that first half that we saw where they forced up early on to those rifles in hand instead. They ended up going with that mostly Bulldog buy here for the team. Nothing too close to coming to fruition for important ultimates to come through other than maybe Nightmare trying to continuously invest into this Hunter's Fury. But again, switching gears, getting aggressive here. This time in towards A link, but there's no way Pachko gets to. He's all stunned up, and all of a sudden, we're already down to a 2v3.
Certified different. Full concuss, it do not matter. CTE, do not matter. Easy look from Pachko to find both. Into the site they are. Plant's gone down. Paranoia on his way. Pachko looking for a couple more frags. A third to be converted. Rex Skater sent away by the satchel straight into the jaws of Scotty, who combines for the alley-oop pass 8-7.
Ever being real here though, Kat, I feel like if you ask any player, they're like, yeah, breach stun, that's a buff. Like, you're gonna hit a head tap on that stun. Somehow, somewhere, who knows. But absolutely dirty when it comes down to it. Now, lead here into the hands of Knights. Fisher's gotta be feeling the heat, especially with their money situation. Important swing round here for Fisher to either tie things up or find them at a further deficit.
One suppressed.
Only info on one. The Jet able to tuck it. There's room to play here, and well, we'll dash away. Fisher not opting to make that one worth it. I'm gonna head to the back of the A site. Give this Dark Knight's crew some room.
Sun comes out, but Pachko just has to wait it out. He's last packed here into back site. One way gets that hell pick. Cam Lord, though, goes for the trade. He has to get out, but unable to do so.
Spike planted.
Now, retake game here for the remaining 2 members of Fisher. Tuzi might go on his own. He gets one, but traded out. Doesn't wait for Rex to get there to back him up.
I guess that kill is a little faster. You think he gets away with that one unscathed? Chance it just a closer to even number retake, but now it's Rex Gator in a 1v3. Turret will be immediately outside of the short box. Not a quick enough reaction for the Nano, so stalled for time. Will be Gator, stalled for time. Again, it will be Gator, yeah, certainly. Has to be a savior. There's no room to play with. Going to continue the peak.
Okay, yeah.
Left to 15 HP. That'll do it.
Okay, we're good. I was holding my breath there because sometimes you don't know what a player is going to do, and this is an important weapon to carry on into this next round, right? I think Rex Gator maybe would have considered trying to go for another had he gotten that initial pick, but with the damage that was done, it was over at that point. Now a hero rifle here for the Sentinel of Fisher. Looking into this next round, it's gonna be all about baiting them into his setup though. And luckily the read is good because Rex Gator will be here towards the C side, but so will be the full force of the Dark Knights. Full loadout. Pashko just one away from that ultimate as well. They're about to be unleashed with a lot here in Silong.
Tuesday gets 2 shots in and gets away. So going to get to the back of the site as the Dark Knights are coming. No question about it. No command going to put them in the door. Didn't quite need it, but guarantee why not. They've done just that. Plant's going to go down now for the post. Hunter's Fury will go a long way if things do go awry.
Oh, playing in towards long though. Definitely a scary situation to be in, but at the very least, knowing that Fisher don't really have the weapons for it is good enough. The Rolling Thunder is big though, just to deny.
Oh, pulled off for
and
half.
Menace nearly getting that half. This is getting rough for Fisher.
Pulled off just before half, and certainly not going to happen. Don will find the last one through that dark cover. That Rolling Thunder gave them a lot of room to work off of. Catches 3 down towards C long. Aren't quite able to get back into it though.
In another world, Menace could have won that. Like, if the poll was just a second later, Menace would have gone that first half, and then I'm pretty sure he just stuck half in that second attempt at the defuse as well. But that was a big investment coming out from Fisher, using that Rolling Thunder to try and deny that post-plant ability from the Knights, who completely left side open. Big lineup, though, coming out from Dark Knights. It hits over towards C, but it's all a ruse. Showstopper tries to sell it. Pashko's down, but everyone else moving towards A.
And it seems like might know a thing or two, and they're going to hear the sewers noise. They're going to hear Scotty walking. So Reese has been able to confirm this one. Menace going to find a frag. You are stuck in a world of hurt. How are you getting away from this? You're not. Scotty will take him down. Yeah, playing hell with the operator. And unfortunately, that has cost him his livelihood. The Dark Knights now, they're playing the post plant yet again. Got a Cosmic Divide to work off of, but a one-man disadvantage.
Waiting for the recon bolts in towards site. Find that information. Big aftershock to push these players out, but Dawn is able to catch them off guard.
Comes out the Kern to find a frag. 2 players now stuck behind this wall, and they don't have vision denial, so they have no choice but to step away from this one. No flash to get them out the door. No paranoia to open the gate. Reese going to find one at least on the exit frag. Tuesday looking for one of his own as the players retreat off of site, but they are already out of the woodwork. So the Dark Knights will close the round out now 11-7.
One more for that match point and 2 more to seal the deal. Fisher, when it comes down to this next round, again, an important swing round for them. This is either match point for Dark Knights or Fisher's attempt to stave that off for as long as possible. It's been 4 rounds in a row, and I'm surprised Fisher hasn't called another timeout.
Right here.
Yeah, the pressure is certainly mounting. This is a massive impact round for them, putting everything in the tank into one last drive towards CECC Nationals and no timeout. They think they know what it'll take. The dagger going to come through early. Oh, that is good for 1. Second dagger, not quite on the money. But it's going to have 4 more to work with and 3 teammates total onto the site here for Fisher. I'm just going to walk down, sees nothing sewer. Everything's happening on long right now. Cam going to take the first contact, shooting to the turret. Reese will take 2. Dom to trade 1 back, though, and they've made their way towards that site. Flank on its way. Open doors here for Fisher. So the Dark Knights managed to sneak behind the sight box. They've got a 2-on-1 with 2C. This current time out towards CT. Forward is Menace. Daggers out, going to find Don. Refresh now as well. It's just Scotty left in CT, going to take down the Bladestorm player. Second look, no good. 2C a trade, 8-11.
Things got a little bit scary there. Fisher, they hold on for dear life, but I was nervous because Scotty almost got all the ones he needed into that last round, but it was a huge reposition coming out from Menace to even make that play possible. And Scotty just went a little bit too far out of range, I think, of that alarm bot in towards A lobby. Now, Fisher, 3 rounds away from tying things up. 1 ultimate available for both sides. Fisher is not looking too good as far as that ult economy goes. Dark Knights are the ones to look at with that lockdown available.
It's available. What will they do with it? Recon to the top of the C site has seen nothing. It's already pulled 2 players. Fisher feeling the tension defensively. Opted to move.
Look at this just map control that's had here by Menace. But everyone on Knights is waiting just around the corner. Drone off is big. Tailwind out, and he has to back off, play with the team.
Good call for Menace there. Had the space, but so far ahead that it can become so dangerous. Opts to head away. The Dark Knights had early info for both sites here. In the end of the day, they're going to come to the third option. It'll be B instead. We've got room. Possibly locked down here for the post.
Yeah, lockdown comes out here, and Ashman's looking to find something early in for C-Link. Pushes in, pushes further. The blast pack out, and Rex looking to catch one off guard in towards grass. Things are about to get scrappy.
Lockdown's gone. Scotty's going to find one to Cubby. Rex Gator looking for a trade. He's got Menace at his help here. They're going to swing this together. Don't know about Pajko just yet, but they have found the look on the Killjoy. Menace 30 HP. Does he get caught by this shrapnel? 4 HP caught now by the Vandal of the Rays. A one-on-one. Rex Gator had all to do to keep this team on the winning ways, and he's able to send it home. Finds it out of C-Link. Will find the defuse as well. Brings them back with
much needed round win coming out from Fisher College, and they got a little bit dicey there. Again, it's always scrappy on those retake situations because it's fights galore. You've always got Pajko just pushing the limits as well, trying to get in towards spawn, trying to catch Fisher off guard. But you cannot deny the impact that Rex Gator has had for Fisher. 20 and 10 right now on the Killjoy, keeping the fort locked down for this team, and everyone else doing so much to support. Tuzi's got 13 assists on that Omen pick. Paranoias are going crazy and denying vision. Now it's a fault line to deny this space, and Menace gets one early.
Trade back though quickly by Nightmare. Dark Knights continue to scale. Another for Menace. Holds on the aggressive angle and is rewarded for the risk. The Dark Knights no choice but to fade away. Scotty's got some space though, Garage.
That's everything popped by Rex Gator. It's only the alarm bot on towards B. This means he has to play super far back in towards spawn, and looking to try and break that alarm bot as well. Misses its mark. Alarm bot's still up just on the other corner. But it shouldn't be a problem. But a heavy lean here from Fisher towards the A side of the map still. Still Rex Gator all alone in towards CT spawn. Free plant here for Dark Knights.
No shocks for Nightmare going forward. See what the nanos look like. The Killjoy Scotty will have both. Lockdown going to be in the pockets of Fisher here in this one. Scotty's got a good cutoff angle. They're playing down a man right now, but if you make something happen, Garage can even the numbers here, possibly do more. Everyone's going to come in this department. Flashes are there, but Scotty picks up 2. Exactly what they needed. KBS another as Tuzi now in a 1v3. First pick's going to be had. Both players isolated. Nano Swarm broken, and Tuzi going to step forward. See Scotty with an 8 in the hand, able to take it. Drone known about knows. Nightmare's Cubby going to step forward. Knows he needs to play this quickly. Can't quite find the frag. Nightmare will take them to match point.
What a round coming out from the Knights. Now Fisher 3 away from tying things up. But Dark Knights, they're on series point as well. This is a potential 2-0 going into this round. Thinking about Fisher's bye here too, things are not looking good. Still got that lockdown up. Menace It'd be really important to try and get that first blood here in towards a lobby. He's not going to get the orb, but if he gets the pick, he could possibly toss his weapon over towards Reese.
So much pressure. Early pick could alleviate just a bit of the stress. For Fisher T, party pass goes out first. Oh, he puts him in a body bag. Looking for more off the rocket, has that as well. 2 big entries for the Rays. The Dark Knights looking to stampede their way to a finish.
Man, I think Menace was expecting a pop flash to come out actually from KBS and tried to play antsy turn there. But now Cosmic Divide comes out and Fisher, they've got a deficit of 2 players. Everything pulled out for this round though. Lockdown gets destroyed by the Hunter's Fury and everything's over. This is series.
Pashko and KVS will find 2 more. Rex Skater pop flashed in upon, encroached by the post plant team, and they'll take it home. 13-9, a 2-0 for the Dark Knights.
What a way to end things out. Knights will be moving on towards the finals here of the East Side bracket here for the CECC LCQ. But Kat, we can't deny the fact that Fisher College, this B team did end up making a few adjustments in towards Haven. Looked a lot more comfortable on their map pick and were able to actually slow things down when it really seemed like Dark Knights were originally on map 1 just like deciding the speed for everything. It was they were just rolling with it, and Fisher originally taking the punches, but they did improve actually throughout the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Dark Knights team, a team that we haven't seen get to actually touch this map in an official, well, they won it with confidence now at a 100% win rate when it comes to matches we throw onto the ledger. You love to see that for them as they now move against the #1 seed. They bow to make it out of the East time zone bracket. They've got Mizzou up next. That game we won't follow through, but let you know the results of it tomorrow for certain.
No, that's definitely for sure. But when it comes down to it, Kat, that's the end of Valorant for today, at least for the CECC, right? So before I go, I do have a quick message to you guys because I believe Rocket League is following up after this. But when it comes down to it, y'all, the CECC LCQ is brought to you guys by Zip Chair and Dream Seats. So you guys can head over towards zipchair.com, check out some new gaming chairs, maybe get something new for your tush, and you guys can get hot in the server here like these teams that we just saw today. Big thanks over towards Prod. But Kat, it's been a pleasure working with you again. I know that you'll be on tomorrow for Grand Finals.
That's right. Grand Finals on the way. Started yesterday with 55, today with 8, tomorrow with just 2. Only 1 vid up for grabs. Who will it be? Find out, and catch you next time.
With 3 stocks against their opponent, Sam Calta, Bounce finds an amazing snipe off stage to guarantee Sam's first stock be taken off the board, putting Bounce's team in the lead.
Unlike
but that nice neutral B off
beautiful
stage.
snipe. You love to see that one.
Week number 3 was the week of Rocket League, the week of CU in particular. Lyric, just when you think this team can't come out any stronger, finds a 3-second goal against CMCC that just showed the dominance CU was willing to come out with here in week 3.
We are 3
Oh my god.
seconds into game
You don't get much
number
better
2.
than that. That was awesome.
Oh man, that was beautiful. Ceramics, pedal to the metal right there. Foot on the gas pedal.
With a 1-round lead on Ascent, Suni Canton was feeling a little bit shaky, and it was up to Lil J to make some big moves.
You got dash. Not gonna go for it. Get all the way out of that one and fake the dash away so they know about him close. Well, the Roomba will give it away. Let's tuck the nade though, so definitely gonna stay alive.
Party's
Okay.
over.
Good. All right.
Spike down B.
Jinx, bro. You owe me a soda now.
Love that.
Oh, the timing.
I like the gust.
One enemy remaining.
Ace. Classic Lil J ace on its way. Happy to have it. 5-3. Sunny can't.
Things were looking bleak for the University of Kentucky on the 5th and final map, but the momentum started to shift when Klaus decided the chaos needed to end a little quicker.
Who just won't be able to survive on the point all that long. Nurik finds Rimru. High noon for 3 for Klaus at the last possible second to secure a cap and buy them a stay of execution.
And with that, folks, ECAC highlights of Week 3 have come to a close. Let me tell you, it's been a pleasure getting to reminisce on all these fantastic moments with you. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
Oh, and it's gonna jumped into it. This corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And they're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. College walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back for week number 4 of the ECAC Top 8 Plays of the Week. Now, at this point, you're probably realizing two things. One, that's right, I'm going to be with you all season long as we jump through the best moments of every week. And number 2, wow, Septilence really only wears one thing when he's not on the clock. And I can't even defend myself, it's a comfortable outfit. Anyway, without further ado, let's jump into week number 4 and see what these players brought to the table to beat out their opponents and be victorious. Wake Forest was already up a game, there were 4 minutes left on the clock, and they just couldn't find that first point to take the lead and put them up 2-0 in the series. But in a final moment of success, Malone clears it from one coast to another and finds an open goal, giving Wake Forest the lead once again.
These Champ 3 and Champ 2 is doing. I mean, seriously, look at Malone making advantages for himself.
Wow.
And he will put Wake Forest on the map. This game number 5 could just go their way.
I just want to say Malone just said, I'm going to show you what a Champ 3 can do. All right, buddy?
On a control map in Overwatch, your team must capture 100% of a point to succeed. 99 just won't cut it. King Rock from Keene University was fully aware of that and didn't just find a Death Blossom. He found a full-blown Death Garden to keep his team alive.
Sound barrier to go away as well, especially now that you have your own. It's going to be a little bit more breathing room. Doesn't look like the one. Okay, there we are. Now it's coming up big. This Reaper has bloomed.
That was just gorgeous amount of patience.
GVSU Blue found themselves up by 5 rounds, and it's always better to turn that 5 into a 6. It's incredible, however, that this team doesn't always need all 5. It can come down to just one player and how much they can really GVS do.
An Illusion delivers with efficiency. 3 in a row. No time left, even if they had the chance at Orbital Strike out of the last.
This battle between Muskingum and St. Francis was insanely close. Only 3 players in a round, and there were 1 player left on both sides, both down to their final stock. Things were looking pretty strong for St. Francis, their Luigi only at 40%, but it was up to Splat to do anything but.
Just keep him off stage with that Zare. Oh!
If
that
block
spot
didn't-
right here
if
for
that-
Teo.
If that block didn't disappear,
Oh!
no way.
Oh! Just steps on the
pressure plate.
A tale as old as time, Pace White versus Pace Gold, and Pace White's morale was through the roof as they won a fight, but little did they know, this was Lofi's world, and they wouldn't be living in it for much longer.
Going in with the blade.
Uh-oh, Blade is out. It's hacked. It doesn't matter, though. Slashes away for 2. Looking for a 3rd. Looking for 4. Won't get it just yet on the Blade. However, the slash and dash works out. Luffy's got 3. Looking for everybody else on this team. It's a white.
The Inkling versus Ganondorf matchup is not very good for Ganondorf, but let's be honest, which matchups are? In this clip, we're going to be watching as JD from Fisher learns the hard way that you never really want to meet an Inkling off stage.
Sooner if you don't find that kill confirm or that kill or a bomb off stage like that.
That
Caduceus
bomb
edge
angle.
guarding is so good today.
Yeah, that bomb angle was beautiful.
Week 4 of ECAC Rocket League was absolutely insane. CMU and FC were tied up 0-0, but it was Gand who told FC they shall not pass game number 2.
Side of FC, they've only got one player for a moment there. They're trying to recollect, they're trying to reposition, but how do you position around a pinpoint accurate shot like this? Gand goes crossbar down for the first goal.
Adams in reverse, backed the defense off with that.
Whenever I'm on the mic for Valorant, you'll often hear the line, check your corners, repeated over and over and over again. And even with me not on the mic to tell them, I have a feeling this team may have learned that lesson.
Nah, he's got to take the shot.
Take it.
Oh yeah, sounds of teammates running on through, and come on, dive! The 4K on a completely unaware trio. And it's 11-0 right now.
And those are the top 8 moments we thought deserved just a little bit more time in the spotlight of week number 4 here at ECAC. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're interested in what ECAC has going on, we got something happening nearly every day of the week. So check us out right here. Editor, it's a challenge for you. Wink, wink. And folks, this has been all from me. Thank you all so much for watching. Enjoy this, and we've got plenty of weeks down the line. Can't wait to see what comes of them.
And there's so many other jobs as well that can translate out of this experience in esports. The only path is not just as a player. I think all of us are representative of jobs in esports, but it mirrors traditional sports in pretty much the same way. You've got, broadcasters, you've got production people, you've got marketing and sales, and now NIL and things like that. But really, esports is kind of a great accelerator for a lot of new businesses that are coming up in the metaverse and Web3, and there's a lot of new technology that is going to be needed. And so these STEM students that are also esports athletes are really the future workforce and leaders of tomorrow. And us, as well as all of our brand partners that we work with, really recognize this. And I think that's really, a key driver of why brands are in this space. They want to be part of building that future workforce and leadership and shaping it and supporting it. So, yeah, it's been a very interesting space to watch.
And we offer such a big, we offer such a big counterpart to traditional sports also, because it's a counterpart, but it's also the same, is what I'm trying to say. Because when you're traditional sports and they're done after their 2-a-day workout and they're done after their practice scrim, they're coming home to play Call of Duty and relax and put their feet up and get a drink and play video games. It grows their brain, problem-solving skills, and their hand-eye coordination while they're home. Hand-eye coordination, if you're a football player, massive skill. So it helps build those things while they're off the field. And then for us, vice versa, if you're an esports athlete, one of the errors I had growing up when I was competing in esports is that I was not active enough. I played sports, I competed a little bit, but I wasn't active enough truly when I look at it. So that's one area that esports players can learn from in terms of activity and physical and the marrying of both. People say, oh, sports and esports, video games. Not really. We're just kind of the tech industry's competitive form of competition, as to where traditional sports are more physical, hands-on. So I believe in the marrying of these two sectors and that they actually live together while also being counterparts.
Well, I think then to speak to something about marrying, right, from traditional to esports, that to me speaks to this whole new thing, at least again from you guys, right? You guys have more traditional sports background, right? Paulie, Mike, and all of that. But I think let's talk NIL then, because I think that's something that I think is really interesting, that at least when I heard about it, right, of what we're trying to do with, esports athletes, schools, programs in general, because it wasn't something you would think normally, right? You could understand, right, football player on the field, star quarterback, it makes sense, right? The guy is somebody that everybody knows on campus, whether you're on the team, off the team, or you're just going to the school, it makes sense. But I think, nowadays it's not as common, or people don't think that they could be somebody that their name is out there, right? Or that they're known, right? As we're growing the space, as we're putting this together, it almost feels really interesting that, your star entry, your star entry in Valorant, or your star forward on Rocket League, right? Whatever the case might be, now they can have NIL deals. It's a thing out there, and I think, I don't know, maybe Mike, you want to start off, but
I think thank you for teeing that up. So I was talking for too long. I forgot to bring NIL into the mix. So it's a common occurrence, occupational hazard. So I would say that so NIL for I'm sure most of you watching understand what it is, but NIL stands for name, image, and likeness. Name, image, and likeness, that term has been utilized to describe the transition of traditional student athletes, NCAA athletes, and their ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. It went live July 1st, 2021, and it has continued over the course of the last nearly 14 months now. It's an interesting term because it's been co-opted to describe the NCAA's approach to student athletes being able to make endorsement money or be able to monetize any part of their name, image, and likeness. But it's been around forever, right? We've had athletes endorsing brands for over 100 years. Babe Ruth of the New York Yankees was endorsing brands 100 years ago, and it has continued onward from baseball cards all the way through now, where we have lots of different integrations of how influencers can monetize their followings. So what I would say on the traditional side is it's still a very young space. There are a lot of stories out there regarding NIL that tend to focus on the negative or how out of control, I put in air quotes, it has gotten. But there is still a burgeoning marketplace for many more student athletes that are involved. About 17% of NCAA athletes are currently involved in NIL, but 65% more than that want to get involved and are curious how to get started. On the flip side, brands are challenged with a few different things in the space. There are 10,000 professional athletes in the United States. Once July 1st, 2021 hit, and you dump every NCAA athlete into that space, that's another 500,000. So brands that maybe didn't have a dedicated athlete strategy when there were 10,000 now have 500,000 plus that 10,000 to figure out how to activate who they are. That's a lot. I understand brands' hesitancy in some instances, but I can tell you that companies like us are on a daily basis educating brands and student athletes as to the software you can use, the types of activations you can get involved in, and how to utilize your followings, or if you don't have to or want to be a social media star, other ways in which you can monetize it. Now, I know I described that under the umbrella of the NCAA, but I see it as being no different in esports. I think there are massive opportunities for people with followings to be able to use that and connect with brands. I think a company like us can help you to do that. And then beyond that, we can make sure that those transactions are safe for you. I think there are opportunities, not just at the individual competitor level, but at the program level to have a sponsorship go to that. I'm sure some of you out there listening and watching already have deals like that in place, but I think we can continue to enhance, augment those deals and make them more comprehensive and make them, first of all, I think product deals are perfectly fine, but I think we can get beyond that and grow some of these deals to a greater extent. Paulie, thoughts on that?
Yeah, what you said is right. So I'll put it in for layman's terms here for just the esports players, because I talk to so many of our athletes that compete in our CECC series that are currently still in college. And basically when Mike Blewett says NIL, what he's referring to is just very simple. If a brand or any sort of anyone wants to use your school's name or your brand or anything with you, there is a deal for you that can be put in place, whether it's product deal, whether it's a paid endorsement. You can, whether you're a macro influencer or whether you're a micro influencer, you can be paid for your services. So most of the people, when I talk to them, most of the, I won't say people, college athletes, they are, intimidated by the word. They don't really know what it means. They've never done anything with it before. And that's what it means. Any single time a brand or anyone at all wants to use your name or do a deal with you or do some sort of activation with you or your school, that's basically what the layman's terms, the NIL meaning comes from. And it's evolving in this space. There are so many brands that want to associate with micro and macro influencers. and just get people involved with their products or their services. So all of you, collegiate athletes out there that are competing in esports, keep, not only are we trying to broker those deals, but also keep your eyes, ears open, and don't be shy or scared to take these deals, because that's what I've heard the most, is that most of the time they're just scared to take them. They don't know what they are. They don't know if they're locking themselves into some agreement or terms that they're like going to give their name away or something too. So this is a really important space, and it's how you're all going to physically make money and build your brands along with company brands. So it's really important to learn, and my advice is to just get your feet wet. Don't worry about shying away. Read the contracts and take some of these deals, because growing your own brand is the future of what our industry is going to be, in my opinion.
Exactly. And if you follow in the pro space, you'll see that the pro teams are not only focusing on competitive play, but a lot of them are focusing on their brand and their cultural importance in the space. And so, one of the things that we do also is help athletes build their brand, build their following. And that's part of what Paulie and Kyler are doing on their side when we do this behind the scenes training. And so, building your brand, this is the creator economy. Anybody and everybody can be anything they want to be. And so we just really want to be the conduit that supports that across the board.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so. With that said, thank you everyone for, I think, great insights in terms of, for any of you that were watching this and maybe had questions about, what is Esports U, what is CSMG, who are they, what are they doing, what are our plans, right? Well, we know we kind of tried to make a bigger splash in the spring, and we're excited to bring more stuff with you guys for the next year. But I think maybe as we close out here, I know we're slowly approaching on time then, but maybe let's go around the room with everyone here of just what's one thing that we're all excited for this next upcoming year. I know we touched on our plans and a lot of things, but if anyone had to speak, if you had to speak to just one thing of just what has you excited for us as a company, for us as the collegiate or college esports space, right? What's one thing that has all of you guys excited? And maybe we'll start with Mike, since our traditional sports guy, and we'll let Mike speak first.
Sure. So I would say many things on the traditional side, but I'll focus on esports. And I'd say the thing that I'm most excited about going forward is, after yet another year of us doing a round of events, I'm excited that more schools will understand exactly what we're doing with our regional events and culminating in CECC and getting more schools involved. I think schools will be more excited to compete in our events because we've established it over the course of a year, and I welcome any and all conversations with getting people involved.
I think for me, I'm most excited about like the schools and conferences. Mike, that's amazing. That's so exciting. I'm also excited about the brands that we're starting to be able to get involved in this. In our Commissioner's Cup in last May, we had over 14 brands, blue chip brands, participating in our event. Barbasol, Microsoft, CDW, Morgan Stanley, New Street, Air Force. And so I think brands are really starting to get excited about being involved in college esports, and we're offering them a platform that not only gives them, a big event, a big yearly event, but also regular daily programming where they can have exposure in front of this audience that they want to build affinity for with their brand. So I'm super excited about seeing the brands get on board and help grow the space along with us. A rising tide lifts all boats. And I think that's probably one of our mottos here at CSMG and Esports U. We're growing our brand, but at the same time, we're also really growing the college esports space as a whole. And that's our goal, for it to be a healthy ecosystem for all parties involved.
Yeah, I agree there. And I guess for me, obviously always, seeing the collegiate esports space elevate, coming from competing, this didn't exist when I was competing, and just to see it now in literally within the last 5 years, probably really come to fruition and start just blossomed out of nowhere, and now becoming a space and seeing everyone, schools, players, productions, companies all elevate together has been really, really nice to see. But if I was the most excited for one thing, it would probably be the city where we're going to land for CECC 23. I'm really excited to know where we're going to be. There's a lot of great cities. I mean, I personally would love for it to come to New York, despite whether we got a positive bid or not. I want it to come to New York, but I just think the atmosphere in New York when you throw an event here is just super magical, especially in the summertime. But either way, I'm really excited to see where it lands. Tons of great cities, tons of great opportunities, and yeah, who knows? And I think that's going to be the most exciting process for me.
Absolutely. I won't speak to anything. I think I'm filling Paulie's job on this one because Paulie's more a panelist than this one. So, normally Paulie's the host, and I don't know. I think me personally, I'll just say something real quick. I'm just excited to keep telling your stories. If you're a student, if you're a program, let me know. Let us, reach out to us. We just ultimately, at the end of the day, we want to tell your story, and I think that's what has me most excited because now I think we're getting to a point where people know us. I hope you guys trust us. And and we just want to keep expanding and growing the space. So with that, Paulie, I won't make you do the weird thing where you got to toss to yourself, unless you want to do that. I don't know. Actually, you might have a way of doing this. Let's test it. Yeah. Okay.
Right,
how do you want to throw yourself here?
Well, that's going to conclude here the future of collegiate with CSMG and Esports U. Thank you so much to Angela, Mike Blewett, and Kyler Tandel for hosting our panel. And now back to myself for the day 3 of the CSMG Coaches and Director Summit 2022.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another ECAC weekly highlight clips. Now, I feel like I've been saying this every week, but this week in particular is full of some really unique kind of once-in-a-lifetime plays and clips and moments, so I'm super excited to jump into it with all of you.
We're at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Let's make some noise.
And he jumped into it. Corner judge is good for 1, 2, dip. He needs more. And they're doing even more here.
You gotta touch the point. Mr. Collins walks it in.
Toy Boy is gonna drop.
Knife him.
Right out in front.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, running.
Hello friends, welcome to Esports U's CECC Last Chance Qualifier. There is so much on the line tonight. Before we get to that, introductions, I'm Mr. Bepic, and next to me is the wonderful Chicksa. How you doing tonight?
I'm feeling pretty good. I said in my Twitter post, I'm just surrounded by Rocket League right now. It is just a huge weekend for Rocket League, for Collegiate Rocket League as well with today. Because these essentially semifinal matches determine if you make it to the event in Arlington, in Texas. So it's all more than ever to try to make it to that land, to get to the event. I mean, what could be better than competing for just another chance to do something special?
Yeah, for those that don't know, first of all, Chicksa is in San Diego right now at the major, so she is living and breathing Rocket League and still has the time to come cast the Last Chance Qualifier tonight. So a lot of dedication there, and that's what these teams have shown to get to this point. Like you said, the semifinal matchup, we're streaming West Virginia versus Ball State as our first semifinal matchup, and then right now going on elsewhere is UT Dallas, the Comets, taking on Indian River State College for their spot and potentially CECC land. The battle for Texas right now, but the battle for the trip to Texas essentially is what these 4 teams are duking it out for. But like I said, WVU and Ball State taking each other on here. And Chicksa, West Virginia, I think the favorites here is the top seed overall in this bracket, but Ball State, they've got a lot of experience under their belt.
Yeah, I would definitely not count Ball State out. Daffy Wova and Zath are a team that has kind of been learning to work together all season long. That roster in general had a lot of moves, wasn't exactly the same, kind of came together this season, and they're starting to find their stride after the CRL season. They didn't have a good one, but they still did make it. So it shows that team is very much capable of handling the pressure and playing at that high level. So I think if they play with one another today, communicate really well, they have the chance of essentially that 1-4 seed upset. They very much are capable of doing it. We'll see if they can actually, put it out on the field.
Absolutely. I mean, this is kind of the next best thing when it comes to the collegiate Rocket League landscape. CECC is pretty much the next biggest event for teams outside of CRL. So these squads are fighting for something big right here as we get things started here at the CECC Last Chance Qualifier. Again, brought to you by ZipChair and Dream Seat is the official gaming chair for the CECC. Head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. Game 1, Chixa. Let's get this thing going.
I'm so ready to see what West Virginia and Ball State bring. I really enjoy these first blood goals. The team that starts with the momentum, that finds that way to score early on. I think that's going to set the tone for this best of 5. Keep in mind,
we look
shorter.
Yep. Absolutely. Still, you gotta make sure you get out to that fast start. Like you said, almost Daffy with first blood of this series. Back and forth first 45 seconds as both teams get their bearing in this best of 5. Next up, West Virginia with a real second chance, but that one's really only a half chance before Ball State finds a clear down the field and a crafty redirection there by Zath, but still no goal just yet. And that's the opening goal. I think we might have lost Chixa here. I'm not sure where she went, but first goal found by Angel and West Virginia University. But that's first blood in the last chance qualifier, and that is a big one, like Chixa was talking about. We are searching for the fast starts here, and it is West Virginia. I mean, kind of the favorites in this series, getting themselves comfortable very early on, and Angel is that player that you look to on this roster. I mean, he has made a name for himself in the bubble scene of the competitive Rocket League ecosystem. And when you get to CRL, you always look at those bubble players first because they have the most experience competing at a high level and competing in high-pressure situations. So Angel on the board with WVU, but Daffy almost found an answer.
Yeah, it's been pressure coming for WVU for sure. I like that Ball State is attacking at times, is finding ways to succeed on the field, and I'm glad I can kind of hear the game that's happening now because it's gotten a lot more interesting on the side of things for me. I think Ball State needs to extend, transition out of this defensive zone that they've been kept in and find a really good attacking opportunity. Maybe get a demo, a bump in there. Just create that opportunity for yourself and execute because we know Ball State certainly has the mechanics to do it.
Rotz was alone there as Ball State using their mechanics and brains as well to kind of control the midfield line at the moment, but that double commit going to give up a lot of space and a second goal. Things were looking up for Ball State right there, and it all came crashing down as Deck puts in the second on an open net.
Yeah, we said WVU would be the favorites, and they're certainly starting off and looking out to be that way. 2 opportunities that they take full advantage of. Ball State just doesn't look ready at this point, and a best of 5 does not give you much time to adapt. Let's see if they can continue.
Oh. Well, that's a clean shot from Deck. Clean beating Daffy right there in the midfield, and the shot's perfect. Right under the crossbar, tucked that one into bed, and WVU, Chixa, despite possession kind of being even here, are up 3-0 now. Almost one more there as Angel a demo in net trying to open things up for his teammates. But just circling at the moment is West Virginia. Rotz will keep it in play with 70 boost and a little bit of agency here in the corner, but forced to the opposite side, and Ball State just trying to break out of their own half at the moment. Did a great job of it before conceding their second and third goal, but maybe one back there, another shot a little bit too weak, and again, an open net. The ball, fortunately for Ball State, is off target, but they're playing with fire at the moment by leaving these nets open, and I get you have to get aggressive eventually against WVU being down by 3 goals here in Game 1, now entering the final 90 seconds, but you can't be giving away free gifts like that. West Virginia is too good to let them go by the wayside, and finally, Ball State becoming their equals and capitalizing on a long stint of pressure.
Yeah, Daffy setting this play up so well, and Angel has to read between both Wova and Daffy. That's a difficult situation to handle between trying to predict who's going to find that touch. Is it going to be a pinch? Is it going to be a pass? Is it going to be a shot? Ball State finds one, but they don't have much time to find a second. I think if they push just a little harder, again, find each other on those mechanical plays. We know they're mechanical monsters. If they just continue to utilize their assets, well, I think be a little bit more successful on the field right now.
It's difficult for Ball State because the boost game has been thoroughly controlled by WVU. They have had that higher average boost overall as an entire roster, not just individual players playing with a little bit more boost on average, but all 3 of them have had higher boost totals on average throughout this game, but they're finding a way to make it work. Wova and Daffy, both of a pair of chances right there, and Ball State trying to keep it going with a pass center, but Angel all over it, cuts it out now in a 1v1 versus Daffy. Backflip flick. Daffy had to jump up in the air and kind of hang there before making the save, but did it well. And in the final 20 seconds, West Virginia holding on nicely. Ball State, they put up a valiant effort, but in the end, I feel those open nets killed them. Gave up too many opportunities to West Virginia, and they can't afford to be giving up freebies to the #1 overall seed in this last chance qualifier. But WVU taking Game 1, and to their credit, I mean, we're talking a lot about Ball State and what they might be doing wrong giving WVU space, but WVU did so well that game to capitalize on opportunities. Notice when those nets were open and made the most of them.
Yeah, I think they had those shots. They just played the better game.
8 shots to 7, Ball State. They kept possession even, and I think going forward, as long as they're not making those same rotational errors in the midfield, I think they'll be in a much better spot because the offensive productivity was there for Ball State. They just have to find a way to capitalize on those opportunities while not giving up much on the other side. So I don't think this series is over, even though Game 1 looked very much WVU sided. I think Game 2 will show us a lot more about how this series is actually going to go.
Yeah, best of 5, you do have that little bit of opportunity to adapt, but I think if WVU ends up taking Game 2, such apparent that momentum goes a long way in these series. And at this point in the game, and this point in the match, WVU does have that momentum to take into this Game 2. Ball State needs to start again with that first.
The players know what's at stake, and if you want an update, the other semifinal going on, IRSC and UT Dallas at an even standing right now. I actually think it's going to Game 5 if my small window serves me correctly. So they're very even at the moment over there, and so I have high hopes for this series as well to kind of match that in terms of entertainment value. But Ball State has got to break out and find some opportunities of their own.
We'll see if WVU can continue to attack here. It's been Jack. Offensive pressure.
Definitely, and a minute in, Ball State's handling it well. One demo by Wova, looking for a second. If they can get Angel here, it should be an opening goal. They didn't, but the mere presence of Wova there on the WVU goal line was enough to force Angel into a rough spot there on the goal line, and Daffy scoring the first for Ball State.
Staffy just seems to be the menace in the upper field, always executing some sort of play to make the defense nervous. And this is the second time now that Angel has been caught in that dangerous territory, in having those issues of just trying to predict a very difficult situation. If he can hope to extend the play a little bit more, continue setting up plays like that, then maybe Ball State has a chance to continue this pressure, since Staffy's certainly executing to the best of his personal ability on the field.
Good start for Ball State. They have to continue it, and it looks like WVU answered with the demo in kind, but Angel couldn't get around the ball, so no open net capitalization this time around for WVU, and they're forced to retreat. That looked like a golden opportunity, but I was unfortunately all the way down the pitch, so I couldn't see what happened exactly. Well, not phased. Is West Virginia. They get right back to it, but Ball State dissuade that try, and West Virginia playing from their back end again.
Sidewall shot here, quick for Wova. Ball State has been on this blue half for a majority of this series, and they're still continuing to bring this offensive forward.
There we go. Yeah, they're working quite well. WVU is Angel, a clean beat, and this time it's Daffy left all alone in that odd man situation. It was Angel last time when we saw the first goal conceded, but right there, Daffy. Zath tried to get back to help his teammate out, but it was in vain, unfortunately, for Ball State as they lose their lead. West Virginia enter back nicely, and they take the lead in terms of possession as well. It's been fairly even throughout this game and the previous, but West Virginia starting to exercise their midfield might, per se, and maybe snag a lead as a result of that, as they're just hanging around at the Ball State end.
Yeah, middle of this game, number 2, a very important game too, and I'm happy to see it is a tied scoreline. Each team understands the potential that both bring, and I think they've kind of brought that level up of just how difficult this game was going to be speed-wise, mechanically-wise. You're seeing more, difficult passing plays on the field, and just seeing them try to make that speed, make that adjustment, and adapt on the fly is really quite remarkable. It's why this series is just going to continue to get closer, but Ball State having issues finding that touch and an offensive shot will lose out on another opportunity, and we'll see if they can maybe find one here.
Deck is going to slow things down and do even more damage to that Ball State opportunity with a great 50-50 in the midfield, but fire returned. Daffy losing car privileges for a second, but pushing WV back for a moment, although Angel returns fire again. Back and forth the moment here in Game 2 of this CECC Texas qualifying series. Both teams know what's at stake, and Angel knows it, using some mind games right there to force Ball State into a triple commit and then an own goal.
I was gonna say, it wasn't Angel who shot that, right? That was the wrong colored net on that side of the field. I thought I was having some sort of mind games on my own, but I was wrong. It did end up being an own goal, and Angel doing well to execute offensively. You see there are 4 shots for himself, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the majority of the side of WVU right now. He's done well being their offensive force, and because of it, they do hold on to this 1-goal lead. We'll see if they can hold on for another 45 seconds, since a 1-goal lead means absolutely nothing in Rocket League until that ball touches the ground at 0.
Despite being outshot by more than triple this game, Ball State has 3 shots to the 10 of their counterparts. They're still in a manageable spot heading into the final 30 of Game 2, and you would think this is close to a must-win for them. You don't want to have to reverse sweep West Virginia in a qualifying situation. You also don't want to be giving up shots like that to Deck, who has been a midfield menace in shooting positions like that. Nails that shot, 3-1 WVU.
And look who sets him up on that play as well. It's Angel who executes that pass. Angel's just so offensively minded that he makes those little connections in his head and able to place that ball right on his teammate's front of his car. You can't get any better than that, and that's what makes those shooting opportunities so flawless. So with a couple of seconds left, 5 at that, and WVU taking game number 2. I have to say I'm feeling pretty confident that they'll even have the potential to sweep this one, because with 1 game momentum, with 2 game momentum, this means even further momentum to push them on through.
Yeah, they look clean as well. Like, it's not just game win momentum, it's offensive momentum, because, again, WVU actually was 50-50 really field domination. So the ball spent 50-50 time on either side of the pitch, 230 in WVU's end, which means Ball State really, I feel like, should have had more shots than just 3 of them. They were forced to make 7 saves on their end and only forced 2 out of West Virginia. That offensive productivity is just not there compared to West Virginia, who feel like they can shoot from anywhere. They are a Swiss Army knife of offense right now. Their offense versatile. They'll get in your face, but they'll also nail snipes from the midfield line, and that's tough to defend against.
Yeah, I think it's definitely those connections that they're making on the passing front. You know, you can have the ball in your opponent's half for as long as you want, but if it's stuck in the corners or anywhere where it's not much of a threat, then it doesn't matter how much advantage you have with that possession time. You need to get that ball midfield, and you have to get it to your teammates. If you can 1v1, make a mechanical play on your own, sure, do it. But that's not going to work in 3v3 when a majority of the time you will be challenged pretty quickly early on. And chances are you're not going to get many of those one-on-one opportunities. At least not as sporadically as Wova can, because he executes an early one-on-one opportunity from one end to the other, and that missed early challenge that I mentioned comes on through. It doesn't get executed. It doesn't hit the car or the ball, and because of it, Wova takes advantage.
That was incredible. And now you say it's a 1v1. That was essentially a 1v3 with Wova winning that initial challenge. Flip resetting over Angel of all players. And then Rots, I guess, beaten by their own rotation not being there in time. But Wova forced that with a hard flip reset shot to nail with speed. So, impressive. Ball State, I guess they do have the mechanics to keep up with West Virginia right here. And an open net as well. There are 3 orange cars in the blue box and 0 blue cars. It's about as easy as it gets at this level.
Now, we talk a ton about consistency. And if your team cannot stay consistent for 3 games in a row, you've run into problems. West Virginia falling apart, kind of falling like dominoes on the defensive front. They miss 1 challenge, and it seems like on the blue half, in the defensive positions, is every orange car, and this one dropping right in front of net. Ball State has so much opportunity offensively upfield. Here's Wova with the jump, trying to find the second. Doesn't get the second touch, and Angel, they have something here. Gets a nice one on target. Zath in the back of net, able to save for Ball State. This one will go from one end to the other, and Ball State can breathe a small sigh of relief because they managed to defensively hold for now.
Fortunately for West Virginia, they crumbled very early on in this game, which means they've got time to put the pieces back together and show us the finished product once more, as they're only down by 2 and they're already finding quality looks at the Ball State net. That another one. Zath back in rotation, making a big save from underneath the play, and that does get Ball State out of dodge here. Into another opportunity, but off the back wall, West Virginia much better this time around. We're not seeing the same misses and mishaps in defense that gave Ball State this 2-0 lead.
Ball State now needs to play a full 3 remaining minutes. Wova still pushing the offensive pressure. Touch here by Daffy gets dangerous, but I guess it's a better executed back pass. Wova almost deflecting it on target. He'll find a quick shot here as well. Ball State finding each other. We said they needed those connections on the passing plays. They're finding them here. This one to Daffy on target. Rots with the save, but still, the fact that the shots keep on coming for Ball State is getting dangerous, and they just continue to execute defensively as well. What a save for Wova. Demo's coming out though, shot underneath for Rots. West Virginia finds 1 at halftime, and only now a 1-goal difference with 2:29 left.
That was an explosive play in more ways than one. It kind of breaks this game wide open after it was fairly Ball State controlled, and also it came off the back of a pair of demos right there that cleared the way for an easier shot to be scored there. But All right, West Virginia making things interesting in Game 3. Ball State did it at the beginning. Now West Virginia closing the gap and doing it with pace. I mean, it feels like a completely different team than what we saw open up this third game. They look bad in defense, the Mountaineers did, but now they get a chance to play offense. They look clean again.
You just threw shade at them. You said they looked bad.
They did.
Wow. Whoa! What a shot by Deck, and Zap able to stand on the goal line. West Virginia knocking on the door to tie up this game, but Ball State denying on that goal line. Here comes Deck again, looking to make an opportunity. Can't really find that pass. The 50, though, still in Ball State territory. Pass here and it will be cleared on out. Daffy can't get to it quick enough. It's a little bit of ping pong. Someone will eventually come out on top, of Ball State still seeming to have this ball in the blue half. Only temporarily. Angel a flick past one, but the defense ready for Ball State. They have managed to adjust. They understand only temporarily what West Virginia brings. Dak, another gorgeously executed shot from high in the air. Keep in mind the angle he needs to put down to execute these plays, but he does indeed find him and tie up this game for West Virginia.
I was watching the clock, and it was about 1:20 when I thought this, and I was like, man, if Ball State, hold on, that would have been an eternity that they withstood. Because so much pressure from West Virginia is having to be pushed off to the corners and out of dangerous spots, and eventually they did crumble, but Daffy going to answer back on the other end. Once they break out of that chokehold that West Virginia put Ball State in, they look just fine. That's a clean shot.
Now bar down, a difficult angle to get over those West Virginia defenders. They're waiting on the goal line, but no challenge to get that. If you keep that ball, or there are enough chances of this opportunity is be pretty spot on and put out quality plays on the field. And you will look at what we talk for Angel by that able to fit in the offensive half. The only Angel finds one here, demoed for his efforts, and still pressure coming for West Virginia. They don't have much time to make that goal count, and unfortunately Deck just doesn't have any boost to work with. It's kind of an angle that goes on in, but it'll go back towards the opposite end, and West Virginia, one possible last reset before this is game, set, and match, and we go to game 4.
10 seconds to score the tie ball and send us to a little bit of extra Rocket League in Game 3, but Ball State doing a great job of not just withstanding pressure, but completely disregarding the pressure that West Virginia was putting on. They're getting clears, not just saves this time around, and it takes them all the way to a Game 3 win. One of those 2 spots at CECC Texas, not yet being grabbed by West Virginia. Ball State wanted us to play on a little longer.
Yeah, I think it was a great Ball State early lead that gave them the advantage. They held on to it for majority of the game. Rebounded was WVU, but they came back. They answered pretty quick after those 2 bang-bang goals and gave themselves the lead that they were able to hold on. I'd like to see a little bit more risk out of Ball State. If they can push the envelope a little more, get into maybe a little bit more of a lead. 2 goals isn't safe for me even. I've seen 2 goals in the last 4 seconds of Rocket League before. All you need is 2 kickoff goals, and you can't believe what happens, especially with 0 seconds on the clock. So Ball State, again, needs to start full throttle, full metal to the pedal, and get that offense going. If they can keep that momentum throughout the game, they'll have a lot more success like they did here.
I think the key, like, getting more aggressive, yes, absolutely, but they got to find a way out of defense when WVU was keeping them penned in, and they might have to get a little creative for that. Like, they've been flashing mechanics offensively, might have to come defensively as well, because the Mountaineers were doing a phenomenal job of keeping the ball in front of them at the midfield line, circling quickly and making sure there are no easy outs for Ball State, because once West Virginia was able to control the pace of play, get back to the style of Rocket League that they were using to dominate BSU in the first couple of games, then I thought Game 3 was over. I thought they were going to come back, score 3 straight, and that series would be done in a sweep. But West Virginia, got caught out a couple of times by Ball State, so credit to BSU. They found those ways out. Just it has to come more often, I feel, in Game 4, else the Mountaineers might be taking this one in form.
Yeah, I do think, again, momentum, we say, does play a huge part of it. That's your vibe, that's your team's go win. Chances are you may win your next game just because of that confidence that's flowing, especially at the college level. These players are a little bit older than some of the young pros we see, but it's hard to remain in a good mental state when you are losing back-to-back games. So the fact that Ball State has now bounced back, WVU kind of has a little doubt in their mind, and Ball State certainly hopefully has that vibe that they can bring into this next game and take it to that game number 5, make it that much more interesting in our series.
I want them to use momentum in a speed sense as well on the pitch, that supersonic momentum. Looking for demos, again, because that last game, Zath had 4 demos, and that is used to open up space against West Virginia, which is a tough team to find space against. So that could be a key for Ball State. I don't think demos are the only key to beating West Virginia. They're too good a team to have just one Achilles heel. But it's something that definitely helped Ball State in that last game create space for themselves and flash a couple of those mechanical plays. So we'll see if they continue to rock that very physical play style that they used previously, or if West Virginia finds a counter to that and forces Ball State to adapt.
All right, Bepic, question. Who on either team do you think are the players to look out for? You have to choose one, only one on either side. Who is WV main player? Who is Ball State's main player? And why are they going to clash this game?
All right, normally it's Angel for WVU. I think it's Deck in this series, though, because the first pair of games, Deck's shooting was on point, and that's a big reason why that 2-0 lead early on was found by the Mountaineers. But Ball State got that last game, I think, in large part thanks to Wova, because they had the most ball touches on their side by almost double. They had 56 ball touches in that game, and that's double very nearly Zath, who had 29. So Wova's kind of the ball handler at the moment, and if that's to continue, they have to be on their A game to beat West Virginia. So Wova, I'm watching to see if they're able to kind of not take over a lobby, but kind of facilitate the lobby for Ball State here in Game 4.
Wonderful. I honestly feel like you're spot on, especially with Deck. I've been impressed with him, being that you're right. Angel does take normally a little more of that flash on the field than Wova certainly. I think I've seen all of Ball State pop up at different times, but he's had a consistent day. We'll see. Maybe someone else rises to the occasion. I enjoy seeing that diversity in team. You're right. Wova, your man, able to send a beautiful pass up the back wall, and Daffy finishes it. A pretty open net. Ball State early lead. Again, holding on to that momentum that we've said they've created.
And you saw who was coming off the back line right there, missing an opportunity to potentially clear that ball before it got too dangerous. Deck just missed the read straight up on the pass, and that allowed the opening. He does get back this time around, Deck does, for a nice save there on the goal line to avoid going down 0-2 again. But Deck's still got to be on his A game for this one, because Ball State have proven they're not going quietly into the night. They know what's on the line here, and they want that spot in Arlington.
Absolutely. I mean, who want to participate at a LAN event? That just makes those nerves all the much more apparent. Everyone fighting for that chance. Wova's shot, though, not a good chance at executing. Ball State, they won't get a second just yet, but they still are offensively. Wova, a second attempt denied by Angel. Here comes a touch from Rotz, who's demoed for his efforts, and Ball State is able to bring this ball back onto the blue half. You see how suffocating this offensive pressure could be. West Virginia having a very difficult time coming out. They finally find a flick here, and Zapp stalling as best as he can, but he's 50'd. West Virginia hopefully bringing the transitional pressure here. Pass here to the back wall, shot straight down, but nobody will go in for the shot actually on target with that pass, and West Virginia possibly missing out on an opportunity.
Ball State's double committing right now in defense, though, like it's nobody's business, and that could come back to bite them as they're a little low on boost at the moment. But Zath securing that 100 will definitely help now that he's got some time and space to wait to see what Rots does. And what Rots did was drop the ball down back into Ball State hands, though. Midfield battle actually still underway. I was going to call it and give it to Ball State, but they do actually make it official here with Daffy taking over. Angel had to make a save, and ball makes its way out to Zath, but Ball State had to withstand an extended pressure play from West Virginia, which we hadn't seen thus far. They do that and get right back to putting plays on the balloon net, but now going the other way, a 1v1 won by Zath.
I wanted Angel so badly to make such a monster play out of that ball. Deck though misreading, almost dangerously gets shot on, but able to recover, actually send one up field to 50 or straight down onto net. Daffy the save does get thrown away, but a little bit of executing by Deck to find some sort of challenge. A touch here, it's on target for Angel. Finds the double touch off the side wall and just, I can't even bring words. Just enjoy it. Watch the replay. Bring it in. Top, bottom corner. Man, top shot. Just best you could get.
The people that create the Esports U replay packages for like star plays like that are taking notes right now. I think they might have just jotted that one down because it's worth watching over and over again in those highlight reels. That was immaculate from Angel, and perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps it still was Angel, the player to watch out for that could take over this lobby and will his team across the finish line and into Texas, but we're only just tied here with 70 seconds left on the clock. Ball State still potentially on the precipice of forcing a Game 5 and making us watch even more quality Rocket League. How unfortunate.
We just love the complexity of collegiate teams in particular. You just have so much potential out of every player during the entire series. You'll see this switch off, this handoff of momentum. Some players are just on some days. Sometimes they're not. And when you find that on switch and you see that play happen, it can just change the entirety of the game. Deck looking to find one, doesn't get the read, even though it waterfalls beautifully in front of him. West Virginia, that could have been it, but instead we only have 20 seconds to make a deciding goal, or we'll see overtime in Game 4.
West Virginia was still pressing, and they still should here, though Angel forced into a hard touch. But Daffy, an errant ball center. Fortunately for him, only Wova was there. No one to pounce for the Mountaineers. And Ball State grabbing possession here. Angel pivots, takes it away in a 2v2. Essentially Angel and Rots taking on, well, just Wova is all that's needed for Ball State to spike the ball and put us into overtime here. High-intensity Rocket League in Game 4 now. You can feel the pressure on the pitch.
I love that tension. Makes me nervous. I'm not even playing and I'm nervous. What is wrong with me? Ooh, what a clear up field, and good thing a touch is made. Or Deck, who's actually able to transition it farther upfield, almost finds the double tap. Poor WVU, but it's not on target. They'll have to reset. Daffy finding this one off the sidewall. Can he continue? A 50 actually goes on the other end. Zath able to keep it in this blue half. Possibly not for long. Angel the flip reset. It is touched away from him, and that was almost a nasty ending. A miss here though, and Daffy will execute on a mistake. We're going to Game 5 to manage who will move on forward.
Another backline miss from West Virginia, and I'm going to assume right there, I have the best angle on it, that Rots got faked out, anticipating a much faster shot, or actually just a touch that actually never happened. And so Ball State kind of faking their way into Game 5 here. But again, outshot by West Virginia. They figure out a way to win. Ball State does, and it's Daffy. That's the big name on the scoreboard. 2 goals on 4 shots, plus a save thrown in there for good measure. And Ball State potentially reverse sweeping West Virginia. They got one more game to make that so.
Yeah, the potential certainly there in every aspect for Ball State. They just, they execute on those mistakes that keep happening. West Virginia handing them opportunities. You can't miss the ball. That is probably the biggest mistake you can make in Rocket League, as the ball literally is the game. So if those mistakes keep on happening and the advantage continues to go the way of Ball State, and they're feeding them free goals, and I'll gladly eat free goals for breakfast.
Angel, certainly not a free goal if he's able to find it, but he's been a solid setup man for WVU consistently-ish throughout this series. I think he's been good for at least a goal or assist every single game thus far. Zath looking to answer back, and looks like Ball State, a good chance. It looked like it, but Deck says no thank you. No early concession for WVU, and Ball State back to the drawing board.
Angel really got a 50 out here. Another demo on the side of Ball State, who certainly amped up that pressure because of it. Drop down here. No shot will come on through for Ball State. That's Virginia looking for that clear. They're able to trickle one out in midfield and keep up some pressure with those 50s. Follow up towards the back wall. That actually doesn't find the touch, but it's saved by Daffy on the goal line, and Deck almost finding one real quick for WVU. Angel, though, caught another 1v1. He's been in some unfortunate circumstances this series thus far, but stands tall here, and they look to transition into some offense.
All right, take note of this. Ball State 3 times now have missed back wall reads that they should be making, and the first time Deck wasn't expecting it, didn't go for the read that they would that would result once they missed. The last 2 times he has, and it's just been barely off scoring the goal that is a bit of a freebie at this level. So Ball State need to be careful. They need to patch up that back wall defense, or else they're going to end up giving up a crucial goal in this 5th game that you can't afford to give up with a land spot on the line. So it's in their best interest right now to be playing plenty of offense, so get that midfield control in order, and you'll be in a much better spot, but you're forced into defense. Keep an eye on that orange back wall.
Deck, man to look out for, does indeed find that 50 somehow. West Virginia, a little bit of an offensive spree, but quickly cleared out, and Ball State looking to take it away. Angel actually holds on to some great possession. A little bit of a musty there. Shot for Deck, actually, right underneath the bar. And Angel finding the most gorgeous pass we could imagine. And it's actually right again, a place to perfection.
Oh my. The musty pass, like, wasn't even the highlight part of that play. That shot from Deck was phenomenal as well. Momentum headed to the corner, still gets a shot on target with the front bumper. Now pre-jumping a potential pass from Rotz. I don't think that was the intent from Rotz, but it shows the confidence of WVU and Deck right now regardless. They're feeling pretty good after that opening goal, and I'm glad to see it because Deck has gone off and on, feeling comfortable, feeling uncomfortable in this series, and that showing up in terms of results on the pitch. So glad he's back to feeling his comfortable self, and we'll see if it results in more goals. But Ball State trying to get one back, and it's Zath and Daffy that do just that.
Where's the defense for WVU? Deck, what is that jump? What is that contest? What are these misses? The mistakes by WVU have been so prevalent the past 2 games, now into this 3rd game here. They can't mess up like that. It's just natural for them to make such bad mistakes. It's sloppy play, and with 2 minutes left, and Ball State with momentum, Daffy will find one here for Zath, and all of a sudden, Ball State.
Clean shot. There were 2 defenders in between ball and net, and Daffy still nails the shot. Rotz on the goal line, too late to get up to the ball, and Deck too far away from the near side to save it. So 2-1. Ball State a big lead in Game 5, and they're just executing right now. It's not like they're dominating field control. It's not like they're getting easy saves that WVU's putting their way. Okay, I was hoping Zath would make that so I continue my narrative, but he doesn't. Angel answers back. We just continue going back and forth. Question, answer, question, answer.
Gonna look who assists him on that as well. It's Deck and Angel. Angel and Deck have just been the wombo combo for West Virginia. but unfortunately the couple of mistakes that they made have really caused them to suffer. Deck looking to take it all by himself, and Wova with the save. 50 here, Deck lasts back again. Demoed for all of his efforts, and just like that, Ball State back offensively. Wova looking to send it down, cannot do so, and we'll see if that Wamo combo can find some sort of miracle to give them this game win, or else Ball State still has that momentum. Miss here for Deck, follow up by, who is it? Angel! They get the lead with 1:11 left, and West Virginia on top.
Dynamic duo rears their head again. Deck and Angel have been phenomenal in Game 5. Well, I say phenomenal in offense. The defense has been a little iffy for WVU throughout this one, but their offense is pulling the weight at the moment. They're swimming with their arms, but their arms are jacked. 60 seconds left. WVU to defend their lead.
I'm just trying to picture it. Oh my goodness.
Never skip leg day.
Oh no. Oh no. Anyways, trying to picture some muscly cars at that too. Some big wheels, I don't know. Anyways, West Virginia still with this lead. Ball State needing to find an answer here. They fought back the last 2 games. Don't give up the reverse sweep right here, right now. 28 seconds. They'll look to transition upfield. 50 here. Stays pretty neutral. Shot on target. Saved by Angel. A touch to keep this in for Ball State. A drop down. Daffy gets beat out by Angel. And we just need a little bit of stalling. Deck the back wall. Pancakes it off the back. Rots buying time again. 0-second heroics is all that Ball State has left, but it touches the ground. WVU prevail to move themselves in to this CECC LAN, and they also move forward, of course, into our grand finals.
What a performance, though, from both teams. Really, Ball State's resilience in that series, coming up just short, deserves all the kudos in the world. But WVU, with those very muscular octanes, the image that you've stuck in my head against my will, they proved their might. I mean, their offense was phenomenal. Their defense showed some holes, but the Mountaineers in attack, Chicksa, unbelievable.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, they did their job. They gave themselves that ticket to LAN. Essentially, I think this next match is for seeding. That's all they have to fight for. But at least, you know, that weight lifted off of your shoulders. It's a lot easier to kind of move on forward, knowing you're kind of just playing for more fun now instead of all that pressure to move on forward.
Speaking of more fun, we get treated to a West Virginia versus Indian River State College matchup for seeding, but still, that's going to be a fun one for sure. IRSC 1-5 games against UT Dallas. They're off the back of a hairline qualification into Arlington. But before that, a quick break. Esports U will be right back.
With one of my favorites, Overwatch 2. University of Albany finds themselves back against the wall, 1/3 of the point already capped, but with a lot of great communication and a little bit of teamwork, they're able to snipe this fight back quickly.
Controlling these fights, and now are able just to go with the blade. It's gonna get one, gonna be able to get a few with the cleanup as well. It's just near team kill are gonna come out. There it is, Loose Milk getting taken down.
Clip number 7 almost takes us back in time to Super Smash Bros. Brawl, where we would see Diddy Kong versus Meta Knight all the time. But unfortunately, EJJ from St. John's is about to find out that Benedictine was not kidding around.
Oh, almost gets the Nero shield. Oh, 5. Yo. Oh my God.
Ooh, and not enough height. Yep, that was really well done by Kid there.
Number 6 here in Week 5 is going to be an amazing play from Wayne State. Amatsugachi finds a huge needle thread and guarantees the first point goal for Wayne State against their opponents.
I think I've seen this play before. Amatsugachi just waiting for the ball to plummet down in the zone, the scoring zone that is massive dunk to get Wayne State on the right footing.
I'm super excited about clip number 5 because it feels like the first Valorant clip we've had in a while. It's coming out from our friend Doodle V on the side of SFU. Uses every single knife in a Blitzstorm. It just can't find that elimination, but luckily enough, still had one knife in the chamber.
Swinging in from the backside, they're going to be able to swing on this one. They do have a safe set behind them as well. EK is going to be able to get big value. They are able to maybe get the defusal. It's still beeping. They're still dropping. They have the right click. Trying to get a knife him. Oh, they jumped him like a ninja in the night. Oath is put on their back, and it's Jet that...
Sometimes as casters, we get a cool opportunity where a player's name matches up really well with what they're about to do, and I can't think of a better example than Bad News being the one to deliver that game-winning goal against Keen Blue in the 4th game on the side of Wayne State.
For him, double tap every time. Massive goal for Wayne State.
I mean, there wasn't even really a mistake. I mean, they had a player up for a potential shot, but the double tap opportunity that Bad News gave himself.
Now, I hope you're not sick of SFU, because while they already had their time in this weekly reel, they're going to find themselves here in slot number 3 as well. Mako, a shark in the water against the side of Muskingum to guarantee another round win for SFU on Pearl.
Mako will back up an operator that could get a collat here in all of a second. They get one, have to reload, can't quite get the other one, don't need to. Sky's able to be the limit. They get another. Stomachs are just being opened up with holes in the shape of a bullet, and it doesn't tag at least that one. Another through the wall bang them because they can't kill the Mako.
Using an ultimate in Overwatch 2 can be incredibly dangerous. If you miss your ultimate, it could put your team in a very poor position, but with a little riz from Shiz, he kicked the door wide open for his main tank to come in and save the day.
Now you don't even have another chance to recalibrate yourself. And the big EMP into the shatter! Oh my god!
That EMP shatter was devastating! 6 seconds left for Sumter to try and touch. There's not going to be a recontest.
Now, for this number 1 highlight of the week, I think anybody watching is going to know right away. Ridley is not a popular character in Smash Ultimate. So you know when you see 2 Ridleys going head-to-head, something incredible is bound to happen.
That's what I would do.
Yep, and then you sit and just take that up smash. Such a strong and potent kill move. Oh, we're going for the offstage gameplay. There's the stage spike from the neutral air. Holo is a monster.
They live that. They live that. And now Holo has a very even game to play from. Minixo struggling to stabilize, air dodges in,
we're seeing
but then
the
goes for one of
reverse.
their own. They do the same exact thing.
Oh,
Minixo gives Holo a taste of their own medicine.
And that brings week 5 to a close. Thank you all so much for watching this with me and getting to share all these moments and relive all these hype, fantastic plays in the ECAC. It's been a wild ride. We've got insane weeks coming up ahead as we get closer and closer to the end. The caliber of play gets higher and higher, and these players, they just improve and impress week after week. If you want to keep an eye on it, feel free to follow on all of the channels. If you want to follow me, it's just Septilence. You know where to find me on any social media. Thank you so much for watching. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other, and we'll see you next time. Can y'all believe we are already 6 weeks into the ECAC highlight videos, and there's still so much content and so many great plays to see from these teams? It's pretty amazing, but I'm super excited to jump into it. If you don't know by now, I'm Septilence, and I have the honor to walk you through this week's highlights. I'm very excited to see what we got. Catholic U starts the series up. Toddy, 2 stocks on the board, needs to take 1 more off of Cherry. When Cherry answers back strong, Toddy finds themselves in a bit of a panic, but they play it cool, they find the stock, and they win out the set for their team.
And again, this is Min Min. If anyone has the potential to rob someone, especially off stage, it can definitely be Midland. Ooh, that was sexy. Oh no!
Suni Polly was feeling great. 2 games already won, 2 games to go, and Wake Forest already 1 point in the lead, but with 16 seconds left on the clock, Toucan strikes a goal to tie things up and gives Suni Polly their chance at the 3rd win in a row.
Field pass to Toucan. Toucan with the shot. There goes the tie. 16 seconds left here in game number 3. Looking at potential overtime now.
And the only reason why that was not saved because of the amazing speed on the ball there. Thankless in the right position.
The pistol round in Valorant is one that many consider to be possibly the hardest in the game because you have no utility. You've just got your pistol and a dream to win the round. Space from UA, however, had his opponent seeing stars when he takes down all 5 of them in less than a minute with only a pistol.
That to cut off vision and go for a defusal. Pawn is also available, so I'll be selling for some information. The crossfire, it's going to be something of a nightmare to deal with.
One enemy.
He's gonna back up. Oh, a nice dink. That's a 4K. Looking for the ace is Shadow, as they want to be able to get another one, and they're gonna open up this game.
For clip number 5 here, our keen-eyed viewers might notice that clip number 7 does in fact spoil the result of this one, but does not make it any less interesting. Suni Poly, things are close, but in the final half of this game, they close it out aggressively against Wake Forest.
Go ahead and push it through. Of course you are. Had plenty of boost as well.
Welcome back to the CECC Last Chance Qualifier, where the last chances are kind of gone because both teams we're about to watch have already clinched their spot at CECC Texas. Chicksa, we get to watch West Virginia take on Indian River State College. Both these teams already packing their bags for Texas.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a little bit that IRSC was believing to actually make it. I mean, let's talk about a team that's been so close to making so many events recently, and they've just fallen short. So they needed that little extra push, like, don't worry, you got it. You got this. You did move on forward. You will get to participate in this event, and you're going to kill it. So I stated earlier, both teams, that weight is lifted off their shoulders. This is essentially just for seeding right now. Let's have fun with it. Let's make the most of this. Practice, enjoy your time, and don't stress because you did. You made it, I promise.
And they stressed in the most stressful fashion. Both these teams just won Game 5s to clinch their spot on LAN against really good teams. We just watched Ball State, their reverse sweep hopes dashed by West Virginia in Game 5. I don't know how they got there, but UT Dallas took IRSC to Game 5, and then they lost there. Where IRSC, I maybe riding high, like you said, they kind of didn't know that they made it, but they should hopefully know that that they're going to LAN. But either way, I hope we just get another banger because that's all we're here for at this point. Seeding and quality Rocket League go hand in hand.
Yeah, I do hope that they actually do care about this matchup. I'm a little bit concerned that it might be kind of thrown out the window now that they made it. But you know what? As long as they enjoy it, have fun, we get some clippable moments. We had from that last series, and I always love a good more amount of clippable moments.
Well, as we get into game number 1 of the finals, the CECC Last Chance Qualifier, a reminder that it's brought to you by ZipChair and Dream Seat. That's the official gaming chair for the CECC. Head over to zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. And with that, game 1 underway. Let's see what these two teams offer, whether it's a freestyle competition or actual competitive Rocket League.
No, we never know, but I do know both teams very much capable of making some plays. And it is Seabass playing today instead of Taco Stash. I was curious, honestly, to see who they were bringing on the field. They tend to switch between those two, dependent on availability and whatnot like that. So nice to see that that's the roster that we have right now on the field.
Yeah, they're actually both in, Taco Stash and
so
Seabass.
Not Disruptor, who also asked if they made it. I expected him to be playing, but I guess he was also watching the team. Angel Rods both up the corner! No! This is how you know the series is going to be cursed. We already feel it's cursed.
Missing.
Yep, it's cursed. Set match, best of 5 is, it's a wash. to watch, guys.
We just watched a double post hit. I've never seen that before. I've casted probably several thousand games of Rocket League, and I've never seen that happen before, where a player hits the left post and the right post, and then it's saved, hits the left post and the right post again. What on earth did we just watch? And then everyone started missing, like they couldn't believe it either, and no one has scored, despite the chaos just outside the home of IRSC. They don't concede, they hold on, and they're still playing defense, but they don't concede. It's still 0-0.
Another shot that's off target. Another miss. Pass this ball up 50 here. We'll keep it on the half of West Virginia. But they managed to get a touch off the back wall. A pinch here towards the opposite end. And you could tell it's maybe a little less calculated gameplay. A little bit more. That's why we're getting these silly play shot here. See back off the corner. Just to find a nutty angle, and it's IRSC that's off with the lead. Wow.
Yeah, wow. I mean, that was definitely calculated. I agree with you that the sequence before that, where everyone was missing outside the blue box, was not calculated. But that's Seabass doing Seabass things, and I'm honored to be in a front row seat to it. But 1-0, IRSC, they withstand some serious field domination out of their opponents and end up scoring the first. Now West Virginia, they got to respond. They've had a lot of pressure, but nothing to show for it yet except for 4 shots on target.
Ooh, make that 5, but saved by Seabass, who's certainly popping off right now. Certainly has been a hot and cold player at times. Shot here for Taco Stash, saved by Jack. Seabass able to stay up front. Slayer, this one over him, but West Virginia fumbling with this ball a little bit. It does manage to trickle out into the corner of IRSC, where they can't yet find the clear up field that they need. Slayer, enough boost in the tank to throw it up midfield and actually find a secondary touch here, and gives his teammates time to gather some boost, reset on this defensive rotation, and find some really nice challenges to prevent West Virginia from having any sort of offensive opportunity. That shot actually could have been on target. It was an open net and a missed opportunity for IRSC again to go up by another goal.
Now WVU trying to capitalize on that. This game's still in a manageable spot for them. Only down 1. The minute 20 left. Seabass, though, unwilling to let anything through at the moment. I mean, he's pre-jumping midfield passes out of the Mountaineers. He's making backflip saves like that on the near post, where you have to have the reflexes of a cat, not a Seabass, to be making those saves. And 1-0, the scoreline remains. The defense of IRSC looking solid, and they're just narrowly holding on to this 1-goal lead of theirs.
Does the Seabass even have reflexes?
I don't know. I've never asked one.
That's what, you know, you're putting those images in my head again, Beppe. It's not working out. I'm thinking like, you know, the magic card flop.
Yeah.
That'll tie up the game 2 seconds. Still trying to wonder what just happened on the field in my head.
Well, I'll answer. It's a familiar sight. Deck and Angel linking up, and then that went back wall to back of the net. That was a clean transition for West Virginia, but now off kickoff, Seabass, chance to snatch the lead right back, denied at the front step. Rots, a big block there. Now going the other way, it's a 2v1, but Taco Stash had the advantage of knowing where that ball was going, so we'll stay tied with 15 on the clock.
15 seconds is not much time to make a play possible. You're just trying to take time with that pinch is the side of West Virginia, but Taco Stash receiving, trying to send it to the corner. This one played out. Angel, though, with no boost. If it touches the ground, we get overtime in game number 1. And you know what? We expected to see this in grand finals. Both these teams have certainly fought to make it here, and it should be a close series at that. We saw them fumble the bag a little bit with some opportunities earlier, but they have executed when needed, and we'll see who can execute one play first. Seabass, flip reset shot on target, saved by Deck. Angel will follow up to get this clear out, and IRSC won't end this overtime in the first couple seconds, but they might just end it here with the Seabass shot, finding it just as quick as I doubted them. And IRSC will take game 1 in this best of 5.
Yeah, maybe not the first couple of seconds, but definitely the next couple. That was a speedy overtime, 30 seconds, but that game was all Seabass's. 824 points, 2 goals on 5 shots, and just as many saves as shots there. He had 5 in defense, keeping IRSC afloat. That was impressive, and despite all of our talks about IRSC, West Virginia, impressive, keeping that game close. I mean, you could have easily let Seabass just kind of take over right there, and he very nearly did, but West Virginia kept things in a close state to where they could force overtime and maybe make something happen there, but they couldn't, so game 1, IRSC.
Honestly, it's nice to see someone like Seabass really coming out and having an MVP game. Often, especially earlier when he was competing more often in RLCS that I remember in particular, he was kind of the more quiet one at times. Didn't really show up as we know he could, and he really does show up in this first game for IRSC. I think they have that confidence back after knowing that they made it. Again, having such difficult time competing this season in the collegiate sphere, and having this little bit of victory has certainly, I think, lifted their spirits.
Absolutely. It's much nicer to play with house money, per se, than your own betting, and to have the space to come up with plays like that. Seabass setting up Slayer for a score. Had to hesitate a second as Rots almost made the save there off the back wall, but it is another IRSC goal.
I'm gonna watch this save again because it almost was executed so well. That would have boggled my mind even more. But it's IRSC that continues that momentum. I say momentum so many times in this series because that is what feeds players and games, and in every level. We see pros, we see collegiate, we see high school based off of how they're playing on the field, and Slayer makes a really good solo play here to give 2 back-to-back goals now for IRSC, and they have an early lead, and I think that confidence is certainly flowing, like I said.
I mean, Slayer just scored a flip reset goal, or even used the flip reset, so IRSC has good reason to be feeling happy, confident, pleased, whatever, all the positive adjectives going their way. But West Virginia, they're not a bad team. They're just not getting talked about right now because they're playing so much defense, and they're conceding goals that take a while to break down because of how nice they look. And IRSC, though, controlling this game, not just narratively, but with possession as well. They've had 75% field domination of the first minute, so they've spent about 60 seconds now and the attacking side, and we're only a minute 15 now into this game, so West Virginia has to change the narrative here. They have to break out, show us what they're made of, and it's Deck and Angel trying to do that off rip, but they're denied there on the back line.
The dynamic duo earlier in our previous series we saw, but just hasn't been executing as much. A follow-up here for Roth on target, but saved by Taco Stash. He'll find a second save here, and Slayer also demoing Roth for his efforts. Clear out towards midfield. Reset for West Virginia, but a good beat here for Taco Stash, extending that possession time for IRSC in the orange half. Deco with some time. Looks to fake it underneath. Can't find that execution. The 50 almost rolling on target, but an outlet pass, and it'll be a reset only temporarily for IRSC, who finds yet another way to put a shot on goal. Success coming in tons of different ways for IRSC, but a good bump. The whole bump play will do just the trick. Throw that defender out of net, and you have yourself a nice open net to play with.
Well, that's a recipe for success right there for West Virginia. Take Seabass out of the play. I mean, he was in an odd man situation for sure, and then taken out of the odd man situation in a bad way if you're an IRSC fan. But they get it right back, so did that first goal for West Virginia really ever happen, says Slayer, as he puts the ball in straight from the center circle.
That's his hat trick as well. He has all 3 goals in this game, number 2 for IRSC. And, you know, we're only at halftime with 4 total goals scored. It's become somewhat of a goal fest right off kickoff, Seabass will get another shot as well, and it continues to be a very impressive game for IRSC. We did see, though, the struggles of West Virginia in their past series. They did go down. Well, they went up, and they went down. So maybe they just kind of, you know, do some tomfoolery of their own and go down and then reverse sweep. Because maybe they're just more powerful that way. Who knows?
I mean, they're true mountaineers, going up and then going down and then going up and then going down. That's how you hike. And so I guess it's to be expected that they're at the moment going down, but I would expect them to go back up eventually. They've been trying. They've been darn near close to be going back up, but each time IRSC thwart them and then find an almost immediate clear. There isn't much midfield control being employed by West Virginia. They're struggling to set up shop in the offensive end, but that helps. Deck a good read at that center line. Seabass over Rots, Taco Stash, you know, slow pop, that'll invite Slayer in. And so a very creative clear for IRSC, but they can't keep the ball in play offensively, as another clear found by West Virginia, and they'll look to set up camp again. We'll see if they succeed this time.
Almost a double tap being executed, I believe, by Wova, but I'm not actually sure.
Oh my!
Play. What happened? It was. What? Does he actually get a touch on this?
I think he does.
He does get a redirect. I wasn't sure if, you know, they just kind of missed. It was a fake out. It was so hard to tell zoomed on out, but that is a difficult touch executed by Taco Stash to just deflect that ball slightly away from defenders and give IRSC a now 3-goal lead with just over a minute left. That's a demanding lead, and I think, again, they're playing now feeling very happy on the field. You can just tell that the vibes are certainly there in that retrospect.
And they should, because Seabass, who had a phenomenal game one of this series, is now taking a step back and letting Slayer do the majority of the scoring, and then Taco Stash popping up like he just did. Angel looking for a similar play, couldn't hit the shot, but has a wrecking ball in Rots to clean up the play and put in the second for West Virginia, starting the potential comeback campaign.
You know, in second, 2 goals great for her running out for West Virginia. We've seen them come really close to tying up these games. I think a purposeful fake kickoff here. They set up the play towards the side wall. Back wall here, almost executed on the double tap. Deck misflips. Doesn't find the touch or the shot needed. Slayer able to clear out with the last remaining boost and keep this ball in play on the West Virginia half. They're basically playing a huge game of keep away right now, and all they need to do is play it for another 10 more seconds.
I think they might have succeeded unless we see a fast goal here, and we don't. Seabass is still on the goal line, and IRSC is taking a 2-0 series lead. The CECC Last Chance Qualifier Grand Finals. A reminder, of course, that we're just playing this for seeding, as you can probably tell by some of the nutty stuff that the players in the pitch are going for right now. But regardless, IRSC looking the better of the two teams right now. They've just been able to execute a little bit better, and you can see that the shots are hitting. Both teams are getting plenty of shots, but the shots are hitting for IRSC.
You know, Seabass had his turn, Slayer had his turn, Taco Stash, you know, all eyes are on you now, buddy. I want to see him pop off in a game too. Everyone spread the love around for IRSC. As for the side, of course, of WVU, Deck and Angel, where's the dynamic duo? Kind of fizzled out. We need to see them come out more. Rots has been doing his best to push upfield, find those finishing plays, which he has executed occasionally, but still not enough for West Virginia to really maintain much of a lead. So we'll see, can they manage to gain an early lead? I think that'll do a lot for the spirits on the side of West Virginia at this point.
I don't think entirely that it's the Angel and Deck duo having fizzled out. I think they're just kind of being outshone offensively at the moment. Like, they're not playing bad Rocket League by any stretch. They're just getting bested by some incredible plays that Indian River State are putting on the board at the moment. So they have to find an answer for that somehow. I don't know how you sort out the creative opportunities that IRSC are creating offensively, but that's why I'm not on the pitch. That's why these players are. But once you do that, the offense can get flowing again, because they scored 1 goal in game 1, they scored 2 in game 2, and as long as the defense holds it a little bit better, that could be enough to take games, but they've got to hold, and that's the hard part. Almost gave up 1 there.
Now I called Taco Stash out for making a play. Instead, it's Seabass who ends up executing, but Taco Stash's shot is the first one to hit. It doesn't go on through, but what a way for Seabass to again, he seems to have endless flips. That man, he finds a way to get that shot on in, and IRSC, again, continues their momentum, their vibe, a lead. I mean, they seem just unstoppable right now, and at this point, WVU just need to find a way to stop that momentum, at least discourage them in some way, because they don't look like they're nervous in any way. Of West Virginia, Seabass standing tall in net, finding a save there, and already looking upfield, trying to get a dunk on that play. Demo though, 1v1, Angel, someone tracking for a bump, doesn't find it. Taco Stash again with another save, and IRSC just executing on every front offensively and defensively.
That was an immediate thought. Go for Demo out of the midfield play of WVU, but doesn't pan out, so they have to play a little bit more defense to unlock their offense again. Deck and Angel leading the charge in this counterattack, and Angel, 50 with Seabass, pokes it into the corner. Rots a nice shot from that angle to put it on target, but that's an easy read for Taco Stash to make a save and put it right back into that orange WVU end. There have been no extended pressure plays again for WVU. They've struggled to establish offense, which is where they found a lot of their success in their previous series against Ball State, when they would keep Ball State penned back in that defensive end and just kind of exert their will offensively. But we haven't seen them be able to do that here against IRSC.
IRSC just has a ton of tricks. Between mechanical ability upfield, some demo plays, great defensive saves that I think Ball State couldn't handle, as well as that defensive ability, or I guess the offensive pressure at that. But it's IRSC still executing as best as they can. So just over 2 minutes, only a 1-goal lead, so I guess the score has gotten closer in these games as time has went on, but hopefully we can see some more actions. The game has just kind of went back to ping pong, and someone looking to find that first attacking opportunity.
Well, that's fine by me, because ping pong means that there are chances for WVU. Whether they be half chances or full chances, they have to decide that for themselves, but it means they're not playing just only defense, is how it felt previously. They're getting good looks right now, but Slayer in the way right there, and I'd like to see this series go further than just 3 games with 90 seconds left. Seabass nearly claiming a 2-0 lead, but doesn't. Saved by Rot, so we stay at 1-0 in favor of IRSC, but if this clock runs out without an answer from the Mountaineers, then we are just staying at a 3-0 series for IRSC, and I'd like to see more. It's this fun Rocket League.
I just love IRSC's ability to extend plays. It always seems like they have some sort of extra touch, any way to keep themselves in possession of the ball, and that gives them so much time and opportunity to make plays. A double demo here will leave that ball in possession of nobody, but it will trickle into this orange half. Shot here. Taco Stash still trying to put on through. Slayer, the queen up. IRSC gives themselves the comfort goal. They only need to score or hold on for another 46 seconds, and they'll take this series, and they'll take the dub in the grand finals.
That was Slayer's 14th touch on the ball throughout 4.25 minutes this game. He's not been allowed to be right next to the ball very much here, but still gets a pivotal goal that West Virginia try and get back, and they do succeed. Angel finding Rots there on the far side of the IRSC box, and okay, maybe we're not done just yet.
Now, we had questions about WVU, and you know what? They answered here and answered on that play. 38 seconds, 1-goal difference, back again. IRSC, they want to end it here and now. Can they do it? This one off target. WVU looking upfield, controlling. Can't get it past the defensive wall of IRSC, but midfield pressure, deck the beat here. Looking for that bump. The last defender is bumped. But upfield, Taco Stash looks. Can't find the read. Angel takes over. Shot on target. Slayer needs to dodge a demo or a bump and can't find the ball. 10 seconds left and WVU ties this one up.
Well, that was target practice right there on the goal line. I think it was Rots looking for bumps, anything, but target practice failed. Though it was enough, just his presence around Slayer was enough to get him out of position and maybe force an overtime, but we're not done. Regulation still pumping out chances for both sides, and the ball will hang in the air here in the IRSC end. Angel keeps it in play, but lets it alone, though the ramp kind to us here on Triple Zeros, though it does eventually touch dirt, and we get overtime in Game 3.
Wow, wow, wow. I thought IRSC had this one in the bag, but the resilience there for WVU. Can they end it here now? Saved by Slayer. Holds it on. Now it's another chance here for Rots. We'll get underneath one, but can't get it past two. Deck actually gets pushed into this ball and ends up going straight into the midfield. 50 here. Huge clear out, but Deck ready to control. Taken away. Demo by Taco Stash on Angel. Rots needing to play keep away and does a good job. Actually finds the 50 as well. Gives his teammates more time. Deck, the demo on Seabass. Taco Stash, a huge 50, but just off target of finding it. Another 50 here. Seabass, dangerous. It is kept up. Double tap towards the corner. An extra one here. Shot though coming through. Is it on target? Saved by Slayer. An even more interesting game goes. Seabass, the setup, tries to speed it quick over. One can't do it. Slayer. Opportunity. Taken away up the top wall. Seabass looking to drop down. Saved by the back wall again. Both teams playing admirable defensively, denying all opportunities in this overtime. Is someone going to find the answer? They won't, by the looks of it, just yet.
Not quite. Everyone playing a little spaced out. No one's made that fatal error, but Slayer was parked on the goal line about a minute ago now, it feels, and made a save, so maybe if the shots are placed just a touch better, then we see the overtime end, although not too many shots have been allowed to develop. Play kind of concentrated on the side walls and in the corners. It's challenge after challenge for both these sides, and no one relenting. Taco Stash, nice redirection to give Slayer an opportunity here, goes low underneath Angel. Deck misses off the back wall, but Rots has his two teammates back, and we'll get WVU out of dodge for a second, and we'll go right back to fighting for possession here.
Who takes the risk? Who finds that reward? Who makes a mistake? Executes on the opportunity. So many different ways to make a play. Do we see a demo? Flip reset here. Deck looking to extend, but Slayer quick to it. Rots contested. Slayer back wall. Deck still finding a way to send it off the back wall. Deck extending upfield, but still, this game, this overtime, extending longer and longer. That endurance needing to stay. Both teams. Possibly a fatal error, but good thing that touch comes on through. I almost thought that was an own goal. That would have been a catastrophic way to end this overtime.
Oh!
Good pressure here. Double tap by Seabass off target. Still no answer in this overtime.
Going on 3 minutes of overtime now. West Virginia nearly found the answer to all of their IRSC defensive questions, but not quite. Just a hair off target now. And it's Indian River State College's turn. Taco Stash into the skies, going back wall. Angel has it red. Slayer next up, third man back. It's now Seabass, as Slayer did well enough to get some time for him to get back to the back wall and now beat Deck. Taco Stash trying to beat Angel, no good. Slayer up, so too is Deck, but he bails out. The ladder bails out as Slayer had a clear path to that ball and won the race to it. 3.5 minutes. Still going. No, like, golden opportunities, really, for either side where it's an obvious miss if they don't score.
Rots one-on-one. Does he find the 50? Taco Stash wins out this 50. Deck, though, a centering pass. Easily taken away. Rots. Angel, pinch opportunity. Angel looking to bump. Can't find it on Slayer, and Deck doesn't find the read either. A good dunk here. This will be left in midfield for whoever gets to it first. That on the side of WVU, but only temporarily. Still floating, a little bit of The back touch for IRSC. Angel. Over one. Rots.
Oh!
Why? Why did he take it again? Rots had the opportunity. That shot could have been so much more unpredictable. But instead it does get saved out and we still continue in overtime.
Suppose Seabass was hurtling back, and maybe he was back regardless. I'd like to watch that again, but I don't. Replay function only works when a goal is scored, which both teams appear to have forgotten how to do, though WVU, close couple chances. And right there, another one. They're picking up the pace offensively, getting a bit more aggressive as Deck was third man, pushed up just outside the IRSC box. They want this game to be over. They want this series to continue so they can exhaust their offensive efforts in a game that they could win and force game 5 and more productive. They can score more than just one goal to keep playing. Angel big beat, Deck off the back wall, but Slayer saves it. The rebound from Rots finally ends this long, exhausting grind of an overtime, and we keep playing in this series.
You know, Bepig, even if we don't get to game 5 and IRSC ends up taking game 4, you got your game 5 anyways. 5-minute and 16-second overtime. We essentially find ourselves with another game in this series, and West Virginia ends up extending this series that much longer as well. They play a very defensive, both teams play a very defensive overtime, and they finally find the one opportunity they need to finish it out.
I thought we were going to be there forever. I mean, with how spaced out and slow the rotations were in that overtime, I thought no one was scoring for the rest of the night. And until the CECC Arlington land, I thought we'd be here until then. But I was wrong. The teams do remember how to score, and it's West Virginia that ends up on the right side of that realization. But IRSC, I'm sure, not taking too kindly to it. I'm sure they're still competitive. I know Slayer, at the very least, is a competitor at heart, and even a series that's only for seeding, really, is still going to mean a lot to him to win. And I'm sure the rest of these players as well, because they're all competitors. They wouldn't be here if they weren't. And so Game 4 going to be as high-flying as the previous 3, I would imagine.
I bet, even though it's starting off somewhat slow, a couple of possible opportunities on either end, but nothing of too much talk about just yet. Duck a good 50. The shot, though, by Angel off target. Rots, the third man, third opportunity, looks to finish it out, and that is the risk that WVU takes. They bring everybody, 1, 2, 3, to try that shot, extend that pressure, and they take advantage when Rots is able to clean it up.
What a passing play that was initially, though, between Angel and Deck. Of course it was. You felt like that should have been the goal right there, but the post cleanup, very nice from Rots after a little bit of inaccuracy, though. That should not be the focus of that comment. The focus is the passing play, which is great to see out of WVU because it was a strength of theirs in the Ball State series, and it's kind of showed itself a little bit in flashes and in spurts in this grand finals, but it's been limited by IRSC, who have had a good time offensively themselves. We're still waiting to see them score again because now we're going on about 6 or 7 minutes since they've last put the ball in the back of the net, and I'm wondering if they've gone cold and how they warm back up again.
Epic, do you think you could do any better? Oh, how hard do you think it is?
I will never play either of these teams voluntarily. You'd have to pay me to get in a lobby and play against both these squads. No, thank you.
I'd love it. It's fun playing against Collegiate. I miss it, honestly. Miss competing in that atmosphere. It's just so much fun to vibe with your team. And I think that vibe certainly has been lost for IRSC. It just seems like they're not connecting on the same wavelengths that we saw earlier. Taco Stash attempting to get a read there. Good thing Slayer, third man back decently far, able to find it. Slayer now off the sidewall, gets a really well-received pass. That one straight on target, and IRSC ties this game up.
All right, I gotta watch this one again because Rots is on the goal line here, and Slayer's behind the ball. I don't know if Rots just didn't see Slayer right there because he starts creeping out right as Slayer is taking a hit on that ball, and you have to expect a one-timer right there from Slayer, but I guess Rots didn't. So, interesting play. I wish I was inside his head to figure it out, but that's the answer from IRSC. We're level again. It's been a minute since they scored, but on the board nonetheless. They can get back to cooking up what they were cooking earlier.
Pop here gives WVU the ball. Deck out of boost. Takes this one. No one follows it up for the team. Slayer has a shot, but Angel able to make the save. Taco Stash looking to send it down. No touch here. Seabass lifts this one up. Continues to please bother the defense of WVU, but a good pass here. Gets well executed on the shot for Ross. Deck just absolutely has been handing out those passes all day, and this time it's to Ross who executes it so well. WVU back up with a lead and possible reverse sweep looming.
Even despite only possessing the ball in the attacking half for a third of this game, WVU is playing solid defense and then capitalizing on their chances on the other end. They've got a total of 6 shots, out shooting their opponent, just a little bit more productive with their time spent in the attacking half. Here we go again. Deck off the ceiling, running out of boost, but that extra flip does wonders. Doesn't keep WVU in offense though, and IRSC allowed to break out, allowed to have Seabass with a little bit of space, and we know what he can do with that, though his tank a little bit dry, so forced to retreat for the time being as IRSC, and then Taco Stash gets him right back in the offensive zone.
Seabass missing this one. Slayer demoed. Possible follow-up here, but Taco Stash able to at least put some time away on this ball. Slayer finds a 50 in midfield. Pop up center field, and nobody on this ball just yet. Taco Stash, a good half flip. Position himself in that ball. Deck, I think he finds the flip reset, potentially a second one. Was looking to make a mechanical play out of it, but doesn't stay with it. Seabass now looking to do the same, does indeed find that flip reset, but no connection to put it on target. Angel, a quick shot, quick play, 2-goal lead for West Virginia. 48 seconds left, reverse sweep. Hello?
I'm thinking that might be the case. That's clean from Angel. The catch and flick, easy as you like, and now IRSC kind of put on the back burner in terms of the forefront of this series. And I'm thinking WVU took some notes from their opponents in the last series, Ball State, who nearly reverse swept them, and now they're doing it one better, forcing Game 5 on the horizon. Actually, one better would be winning the Game 5. We've still yet to see the 5th game of this series, so we'll see what happens there if we get there. 30 seconds now for Indiana River State College to have a go with this comeback, but it seems tough right now. Their challenge game being outdone by their opponents.
Roth's here, extending the play, just again needing to burn that clock time. They're doing a justice at that. Angel though misses this one, a huge clear. Dunked by Taco Stash, but he's not able to send it center. Slayer, backflip, everybody backflip, backflips all around, and West Virginia 2-2 series. We go to Game 5, essentially Game 6 with that 5-minute overtime. And somehow they have extended the series longer than we could have possibly thought.
And they limit IRSC offensively again at 10 shots to 5. That's impressive considering what Seabass and company is what it felt like in the first game were doing. I mean, if you were to chart out Seabass's total points for these games and spread it out across the series, it would be the declining side of a mountain. It started out near 900 and has not had the same effect in this series as he did at the very beginning. So someone else is going to have to take the reins, it seems, for IRSC if they're going to stop this reverse sweep surge out of the Mountaineers. But 5 minutes on the clock in Game 5. We'll see who takes the #1 seed out of the CECC Last Chance Qualifier.
And really calling out Seabass on that one. Certainly, I did mention earlier, he has been quieter in the past, and I was happy to see him excel that game, but hasn't had that spark again, and we could hope that IRSC finds that spark in somebody. Slayer also had a good game previously, had all the goals for his team, and continued a ton of pressure. So lots of different aspects of the complexity of the IRSC team. It's who steps up in this Game 5 right now when they need somebody to step up. Since certainly we're going to talk about momentum again. West Virginia does have it in their favor, taking these last 2 games and also winning out a very demanding overtime. That can be so frustrating if we go back to it.
Ooh.
There and slicing and shot to give his team that momentum back, just can't find it where it needed.
Rotz has a flip reset, use it on the ground. Angel, second try for WVU. It's good. 1-0 Mountaineers continuing their push towards that #1 overall seed. That's what they came into this series with, the #1 overall seed in this tournament, and they're looking the part, at least in the back half of this series.
Yeah, IRSC as well was that #2 seed, so expected wins on that side, even though both games did go the full length, and here we find ourselves with yet another full-length series. You know, this is how seeding was accurately done, and potentially upset factor was ready for IRSC, but the resilience, it seems to be failing at times. The consistency isn't there, the endurance possibly failing. So many factors for IRSC to be struggling right now, putting them in that 2 seed spot, and West Virginia may just be able to pull it out if they can keep holding on to plays like that. A demo here, upfield pass to Rotz, has tons of boost. We'll get the flip reset, tries to use it and not get past Slayer, but Angel will continue. This one, a great backboard read. The backboard defense has been pretty solid all night. West Virginia, a couple of those misses we saw earlier, but otherwise it's been really phenomenal for these teams to deny so many of the plays that we've seen set up.
Certainly, it's had to be, because both these sides love their aerial efforts. I mean, Taco Stash has spent about 40% of this game in the air, which is the most in the entire lobby, and well, it's been ineffective because WVU has upgraded their defense as well as their offense. 2-0, what they're making it thanks to a little bit of midfield play right there. Neither defense nor offense, but it works out for the score.
Yeah, always a midfield pass is so dangerous, and Slayer and the rest of the team on IRSC was trying to set up a midfield pass to themselves, but jumping that pass is WVU, and finding the shot is Dak. So now, we wonder, maybe they can find another one. Dak looking, I think, for the breezy, but doesn't indeed find it, even though it's given a really good effort at that.
He's going hippity-hoppity there in the IRSC end, but Slayer now, a simple shot, but it's effective. Nails the back of the WVU net. Seabass bails out. Slayer there for the shot. Great communication, and I think there was a demo mixed in there somewhere to make things even more complicated for the defense.
Yeah, we told teams time and time again, don't get complacent. And I think WVU maybe a little ahead of themselves with that play. A 2-goal lead is never too comfortable for me, and we'll see. RSC potential to get another one here. If they can keep this offensive pressure upfield and work off of some of those mistakes or maybe overconfidence that comes from WVU at this point.
I mean, Dak, I think he's just that good going for plays like that. It's confidence, yeah, but overconfidence, maybe. We'll see if it comes back to bite them, as the plays haven't worked out, but if we do, then we call out just the pure mechanical ability of WVU and their ability to close out this series in reverse sweeping fashion. A reminder, that's how we got to this Game 5. WVU 2 straight wins, but IRSC, the team at the forefront right now, but that pass denied entry into the orange box. Deck, a demo as well, taking out Taco Stash's life for a moment. And with 60 seconds left, that ball saved by Seabass, but WVU deterring IRSC offensively and then still putting chances towards that blue net on the other side of the pitch.
Corner read well read here for WVU, but Rotz doesn't find contact. Control, looking for Taco Stash. Loses the ball, and Slayer can only deter for now. Follow-up plays, possibly a demo here, but the shot will not come on through. WVU finds at least a little bit of an outlet pass. Slayer, though, takes over, sends it midfield, and nobody for IRSC to come to that ball until a little bit late. Still, though, keeping the ball close is West Virginia. maybe not here. Seabass looking for the double, doesn't find the connection, and running out of time is IRSC. They don't get a goal here in the final couple seconds. This is game, set, point. This one off the backboard. Taco Stash looking for the read, can't find the dunk. Here in the corner, a little bit of a miss for Seabass, maybe a fake. Off the backboard, read, follow up for Taco Stash, and 000 is good. This is Rocket League. We find ourselves with overtime at 000 in game number 5, extending this series further.
We're not done yet. The urgency of IRSC there in the waning moments of regulation pays off. And now, perhaps that's the resurgence they need to swipe Game 5 up front of the noses of WVU, or perhaps not. Rots almost took overtime, just 10 seconds in, though the defense playing hero right there for IRSC gets them an opportunity on the other end. But Deck in the middle of that passing lane, finding Angel No, finding Taco Stash, which means more opportunity for Slayer and company. Drop down to Seabass, the shot, top shelf, that's Salabert landed in the middle, but it ends the series regardless. IRSC close it out with the W. It's a hard fought for W, but they get it nonetheless.
What just happened in the last 30 seconds? I was ready. WVU was going to hold it out. They held it out for, what, 4 minutes with that 1-goal lead? It just seemed like forever they were holding on to it. Within 30 seconds, essentially, in overtime, 0-0, 2 back-to-back goals for IRSC, and they take in Game 5 in overtime. All jumbled up, holds on, and with that, IRSC takes it, and I guess ends up getting the seeding victory. I questioned if both teams would be able to put their all out on this series, and I honestly think they did. They did play it to their heart's content.
Yeah, they had good moments. That was clearly a hard-fought for title of #1 team coming out of the last chance qualifier for CECC Texas. But wow, better late than never for IRSC. Congrats to them for taking #1 overall. Congrats to WVU for a valiant reverse sweep effort. I said that in the last series because the same thing happened. The reverse sweep denied at the footstep away from the finish line. But we're looking to look for an interview with one of the IRSC members. In the meantime, we're going to go to a break. So we'll be right back, potentially, with one of those members in just a little bit.
Wes has just been a mechanical nuisance for the defense here of Wake Forest. If not extending the play, getting some of these individuals.
With a great EMP Death Blossom combo, Southern Arkansas was feeling fantastic. One member of the opposing team already down 4 to go, and they could cap that first point. But they're about to learn the hard way that nothing shines brighter than the Suns.
Out onto the field. This might be good enough for Bellarmine to be able to hold on, but no.
Both the healers!
Suns! No way! You just went right up into the back line and hit the fatty shatty from behind. We were trying to do the same thing, but Suns...
Yoru in Valorant is considered to be one of the worst agents in the entire game, but Rusty, clearly a big fan of Yoru just like myself, comes out quick, gets a 3v1 victory, and secures the penultimate round for UA.
Hurry. Does OCM first, able to turn 1 from boxes, will be able to counter strike. No, where are you looking? What? Oh my goodness, Rusty's able to do it all himself. Where in the world was that second man looking?
This upcoming clip absolutely deserves this second place slot because, as you know, these clips are usually about 30 seconds to a minute, but Percival did so much more than we'd ever be able to fit in 1 minute, taking all 9 stocks off of the opposing team before losing 3 of his own.
Timing on the up special from Little Mac. A potential KO punch is going to whiff here. 4-1-2. Little Mac is off stage. There's the Nikita. Air dodge is going to get caught. He has no jump. He's catching it with the drop, Nikita, and the down smash. But he's still alive. He is living. One read there from Little Mac is going to take that's the neutral air.
Our #1 clip for week number 6 is easily my favorite. We're about to watch Priz get a 5K, a complete ace with the Odin. The clip itself is great, but the camera work makes it so much better. Enjoy this clip.
And there you go. Okay, so they're systematically clearing. You love to see this, but they're running into 2 Odins. This definitely isn't a fun time for anybody that's involved. Priz gonna find 1 here in Boathouse. The ping's coming out. Priz gets the collapse. Priz
it.
The
Chris
fourth.
finds 4. Can he get the 5th? The ace for Prince coming out with the Odin, just camping out in Boathouse. He has a campfire. He's got some marshmallows and some graham crackers, and he's making s'mores out of Stonehill.
And as all good things must, Week 6 highlights have come to a close. Folks, it's always a blast to get to walk through this with you, so if you enjoy what you're seeing, go catch it live. Go check out ECAC on all their main channels. If you like what you're seeing here, feel free to follow me on my socials. It's just Septilence everywhere. Thank you so much for watching, folks. Check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and I'll see you next week.
Is that we don't have these preconceived notions, and we're willing to listen to our membership and read the room, read college athletics and how it's connected and how it's not, and take what we have expertise in championships, but also throw out some of the other stuff. I remember when we first started, there were some conferences were applying their amateurism rules to all of their esports competitors, and I think we knew enough to know that no, that's not going to work in an esports culture. It's got to be very different. And by the way, the NCAA was going in a different direction. You could see that Train had already left the station on that, and so it's an incredibly dynamic area and ever changing, and will continue to change. And just as we didn't know when we started what it's going to be looking like, I think similarly we still don't know what it's going to be in another 5 years. I know enough to know that all of us are still going to have a thriving esports program that's doing a real good service for our members and for our competitors. But we still don't know necessarily what some of that is going to look like, and that's pretty cool about it all. Let me ask you this, because you all are used to dealing with your athletic directors, and each of them are dealing with what's in front of them in their athletic departments. My guess is at least some of your schools are that this is not necessarily operating within the athletic department. And can you talk about how you navigate that in a conference office, and maybe the best way to handle that, or do you have preferences? Do you try to steer them one way or the other? And just talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind.
Sure. The majority of our schools are not under the athletics umbrella. We have one institution that perhaps by next year will be under the auspices of athletics, but most of them are in other departments across campus. Right. One of the things that has helped us is that we have support from the president's office. And so in order to participate in Mountain West events, you have to have an adult non-student administrator that oversees that, the eSport program. And that's where we get assistance with, eligibility checks and, please complete your roster, things like that. I don't know in the future, and it depends on, who's sitting in the athletics director's chairs, whether or not more esport teams will go under the umbrella of athletics. And I'm kind of indifferent in terms of whether it should, because I don't want esports to go down the road that some conventional sports have gone down with the NCAA. So we have a unique opportunity to kind of craft esports in a way that
Welcome back to Esports U CECC Last Chance Qualifiers. We have a very special guest with us as kind of the last segment on the broadcast. And I've got IRSC's Slayer with us. Slayer, you didn't just make LAN. That was about an hour ago now, but you made LAN. How you feeling?
No, it's definitely good. I mean, we've had a long, good season. It's just good to kind of, cap it off and qualify for this LAN. That's huge. So we're very excited.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, so unfortunately in that last series, WVU was able to win a very difficult game at 3 overtime and extend it all the way to that game 5. How did you guys overcome that unfortunate, kind of extension in the series and, make those last 2 goals that were phenomenal at that 0 second?
Yeah, no, I mean, we had a similar situation in a different tournament against them actually, where we were up 2-0 and then we ended up getting reverse swept. So we've been in the situation before. We knew just like, I mean, just play. Like it's all that matters. I mean, there's nothing else to say. But I mean, we didn't panic, or we tried not to at least, and we were able to, I guess, clutch up with that 0-second goal and then even the overtime goal. So I mean, we've had a lot of amazing moments. So I think that was a nice one for sure to close that out.
Yeah, you guys have had, a difficult season in the collegiate sphere, especially in CRL and a lot of these tournaments. How does it really feel to make the land to have this victory after you guys have struggled so much? Have you bonded as a team? How has it been along this entire journey this spring season?
It's been crazy. I mean, we performed at such a high level throughout the whole year, and it was a good experience just as a team, and we created a good bond for sure. We definitely had a rough week last week, trying to qualify for 2 other LAN events and just falling short by literally 1 game in best of 7. So it hurt, getting that far, but to come here and to, kind of, break that curse and be able to go to a LAN and show what we're able to do in person is exciting. And we know that we can win. It just comes down to playing on the day and performing how we need to.
And for the last question, I kind of want to take a pivot away from CRL, but I know you're the coach of White Rabbit Gaming over in SSA RLCS. You know I had to ask you about SSA, but how do you balance coaching an RLCS team as well as competing at the highest level in CRL?
Yeah, no, it's definitely tough. I mean, I think there's a lot of things I'm trying to juggle. Obviously, like you said, the coaching professionally, playing at the collegiate level, and then even just trying different things with content creation and stuff like that. So there's a lot going on, and even doing schoolwork, right? That's another big thing. So
Yeah.
just being able to juggle all of it, it takes like a good work ethic. But at the end of the day, for me, like I know that the harder where I work now, and the more I put in, like the more opportunities I'm creating for myself, and just like I love to just be busy and being productive. So that's been huge for me. But yeah, no, that's just the key. I just love it so much. Like you're willing to do so much if you love what you're doing. So I love competing, I love coaching, I love doing everything that I'm doing. So it definitely helps and makes it easier to just do it. It's not really work. It's fun for me.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate the answer. It's fun to watch you on the grind, Slayer, all over the different parts of the competitive landscape. But we'll let you celebrate your win and your land trip coming up. But thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Love you casting, both of you.
Appreciate it. Slayer from IRSC. One last time. That's it for our broadcast tonight. And of course, tomorrow is the CECC Last Chance Qualifier Valorant Finals at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. So May Madness, it's headed to Texas for sure. You saw the Last Chance Qualifier tonight, and you'll see it tomorrow in Valorant. Just a reminder, the CECC Finals will be happening at Esports Stadium Arlington on May 6th and 7th. And if you can't be there in person, of course, follow Esports U on socials, on Twitch, whatever you need to stay up to date. And for more information, you can head over to collegiatesmg.com. It's collegiatesmg.com. So, Chicksa, final words before we do head on out one last time for the night.
Man, major games tonight, both 2 Game 5. I know at Esports Stadium Arlington, it's going to be a wild one for sure, and I'm so excited to see it all play out so very soon. Of course, as always, thank you to everybody in the background. Colton is our amazing producer, always doing great work. Epic, always a pleasure being in the booth with you. I'm so happy that we had this cast today, always super excited. You know what? Everyone enjoy really your Rocket League weekend, whatever it is in this scene, because like I said, it's jam-packed. I know I'm going to enjoy it, so of course make the most of your opportunities in the Rocket League sphere. We're talking about Rocket League right now.
Absolutely. Well, we say our goodbyes now. We'll see you next time. Tune in for Valorant tomorrow, of course, and we'll see you next time.
To a conventional athletics box, so to speak.
Right. I think the success of our program and getting participation is exactly that. The fact that we're not tying it in necessarily to athletics and NCAA eligibility. Like Carolyn, we probably have 3 or 4 schools that are under athletics. And I know it puts them in a difficult position sometimes trying to make some decisions. I got a request recently
to consider allowing part-time students to participate during this year, because some schools struggle sometimes to fill out all the games that they want to play with us, and we held off on that for now. We defer to the institution and say, what's your policy for those that are under student development or activities? What's your policy for allowing students to participate? And if you certify that they're eligible under your current policies, then that's good for us. I also think, and I was part of some of the conversations early on with the NCAA years ago about the NCAA getting involved as a Division II representative, and I was crossing my fingers that wouldn't happen, just because I think this needs time to grow, and expand.
Can I ask Bob a question, because you mentioned part-time enrollment, and one of the things that we've done here is that as a conference, we've just set eligibility standards, full-time enrollment, making progress towards your degree as the institution defines it. Are you guys doing something like that as well? Because we've gotten that part-time enrollment question and we've said no.
Yeah, no, I don't think we've gotten that far down the line, Carolyn, to ask for that. I think we kind of put it on the institution, but we do say that the student has to be a full-time. Now, they could be a full-time grad student, but they have to be full-time as from what the institution decides.
Yeah, our eligibility requirements are just as simple as can be. You have to be a full-time student in good standing.
Yes.
And after that, and that's about it. Now I think we wanted as few impediments to getting this thing rolling as possible in the outset. I do think as schools get more competitive, they will start to distrust one another, and that's why we have this 500-page NCAA manual, because schools distrust one another. But we're not there yet. Right now there's still a collective. Let's move this forward, and the fact that the NCAA is not administering it, I think, is really helpful to the growth of it all. And yes, we allow grad students. We don't even have a 4 or 5 year clock. If you are full-time enrolled for 10 years in good standing, you can do, and why not? Why would we not say that that's okay? Now, eventually, like I said, we may change our minds if the schools require it. They say, no, this is crazy. Look what they're doing over there. We don't like, but I think we're still a long way from that. Alex, do you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I echo everything that really Carolyn has said. You're gonna have to forgive me. What was the original question? It's been a minute. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, just kind of what you set out to do, and then what maybe the realities of it all.
I can't say that. I'll get in trouble. There's one for each game, so teams this weekend, somebody's going to have to explain to TSA why they're coming home with an extra trophy. Fine. We're fine. This is going to be great. Why is everybody staring at me? I'm not even doing anything yet. Is it because I'm in a suit? It looks nice. It's new. I'm stressing. It's all right. We win these. We absolutely win these. I've never seen us lose these. I love him. I don't remember his name. What is going on, everybody? And are we ready? I'll start over. Okay. What's going on, everybody? We are here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup 2022 in Atlanta, Georgia. The players are just now entering the arena for day one. A lot of them had the opportunity to be here yesterday to get jerseys, to get familiar with the area, and to get to know one another. But today, the friendly gloves have to come off, and they are all here. Earlier, I was talking to these guys. This mannequin, when they didn't have anything else set up, I could see it from all the way down there, and I thought it was a person. And I stood there for like 5 minutes, and I was like, why is he standing like that? And I thought it was like a smooth criminal. I thought somebody was giving us like a Michael Jackson impression, and then it was a mannequin. I was really embarrassed to admit that. Oh my God, that's a lot of people. Hold on, let's go over this window. It just keeps going. There's so many people outside. There are so many people outside. We're gonna interview people when they come in. I don't really want to go outside. It looks like it's gonna rain, and the suit is new. So, oh, there's Doc Haskell. Hi, Doc. How are you? He brings a full notebook with him and like writes notes down. It was pretty insane. He had it yesterday. He's gonna be coming through this metal detector right here. I don't know his name though, but I recognize his hair.
Jen.
You're Jen. All right, we're gonna interview Jen, who's supporting Kennesaw. I'm gonna ask you like a couple of very simple questions. Okay. Are we ready? All right, great. College. I really like Georgia College's color scheme. It's just red, white, and blue, I think, but I think they did it in a really clever way. Mineral area, wearing hoodies, even though it is 75 degrees outside here in Atlanta, Georgia. Absolute legends.
If only Nick could hear you. Nick, come back.
If he's over 100 feet away, he can't.
You were whispering something, and he started smiling. I'm like, are you whispering?
Oh yeah, because he's got his headphone in if we're close enough. But
bless you.
Gesundheit. Gesundheit again. You're welcome. I'm gonna go find him. Oh, there he is. Oh my! Oh, okay. Real stuff is starting. Real stuff. Competitive integrity needs to be upheld. We gotta get out of here. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. I get really embarrassed when I get yelled at.
30 is
Okay. Wow, it's not 10:30 yet.
It's only barely 10.
Woo! All right, it's gonna be a long. Hey, what's up? Surprise interview. Join me over here. We have a cool backdrop. What are we here for?
Rocket League.
Awesome. I'm not going to ask what school you go to because unless you swapped hoodies, that seems pretty clear.
Nope. You know, I got my jersey on with my name on it.
Oh, you do? Show us your jersey. Look at John T. Turbo here. Yeah, that's not his name. I just keep calling him that. Yeah. His name is John, but
my name is John Turbesi.
Yeah, that's not John T. Turbo.
Yeah, I get the message that I'm going to Nebraska where I met you.
Oh, that's so crazy. So context, if we're probably not going to use this, but I want to talk about it. Turbo and I met at a LAN like over a year ago. That's so crazy. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. I am Sebdolence, joined by a man I have interviewed probably well over 10 times. It's going to be my good friend Neb, here from Bay State Overwatch team. Neb looked at me before he started his last series, and he said, "We are not dropping a map for the rest of the day." And so far, he has lived up to that title. But Neb, is there anybody you're thinking, we've got to get them out of the way, we've got to take them down?
No.
No? Just looking at it, each fight's its own, every game, going into it, just taking it as it comes?
I have the confidence right now that we're not going to drop a single map.
I love Neb because not only is he confident, but he's correct. Bay State is one of the best Overwatch teams I've ever seen. So it's always good to hear. I love the confidence, and I love Bay State, so I hope they do a great job this weekend. So what qualifier, did you win a qualifier to get here?
At-large bid.
We're looking at Rocket League, we're thinking high odds, low odds, where do we think we're walking away?
I think pretty high. I think we're doing pretty good.
Is there anybody that you're looking at, you're like, please do not let us go up against them unless we absolutely have to?
I mean, really, everybody's good competition, so.
And sorry, what was your name?
Ethan.
Ethan from Mineral area.
Yep.
Very exciting. Well, Ethan, good luck.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon. What kind of pass? A player pass?
Let me get you a lanyard.
No, you actually have to like tape it to your chest, like really awkwardly with masking tape. Okay. And it's gonna fall off. Yeah. It's gonna be uncomfortable, I promise. That's a guarantee. Okay, cut that, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, good. I'm great, everything's good.
Who do we interview? Who should we interview?
I don't know, I'm just here. I need caffeine.
That's why we're here, right? This is why a lot of people are trying to figure out, how do we replicate what you guys are doing? How do they do what you guys are doing to a degree, or why are you guys doing what you're doing to a degree? But to kind of, I think, focus in then a little bit more, I want to talk about gameplay a little bit before we jump into business and all of the other stuff. Jensen, this one's for you, right? I want to talk a little bit about this because to someone like me who's traditionally a League of Legends fan and all that, I know that you've been a coach that's been all over the world. You've worked with a lot of different professional teams and different regions. My question, I think a lot of people want to know, how did you end up at Maryville, and why a North American collegiate college? What was the draw, or what brought you here? How did you get to this point?
When I first came to NA, I worked with the models, with the academy team, and I realized that there's a lot of cultural challenges that exist that's very unique to NA and esports, right? Where there's this very interesting intersection, because unlike traditional sports, in esports, players, they don't start training under a structure or a system or a coach from a very early age, which is what happens if you want to pick up any other sport, right? Like you start going to community events or whatsoever, and then you start developing your skills and your literacy of the game from the age of 6 or 7, and you're very used to working in a team environment, a coaching environment. But in esports and for League of Legends, a lot of times players, they go through they go up, they climb the ranks in solo queue where everything is basically self-taught, and then all of a sudden they need to be placed into a team environment. And I realized that this is something that the Asian teams got right, where they had these B teams. They have the B houses in Korea and Taiwan. You would spend almost close to a year just being a understudy or training partner for the team before you even join an academy team in the first place. And in China, they have like these massive B team systems with like lots of players in them. The moment you hit a certain rank on the ladder, they fly you in. You are then boot camping for a month there at the facility, and depending on how well you do, they then decide whether to retain you on as a training partner or as a trainee in whatever capacity, given how well you perform in those scenarios.